Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, you'll have to wait until we go live, as we are not actually broadcasting at the moment. So with that, I'm going to hand over to whoever is in Discord and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Hey, Neil.
You chopping up a line or something there, Steve?
I'm sorry. I'm actually rolling my first cigarette. Sorry, I didn't know I was hot micing.
Hello, legends.
Come again? One more time?
I think you said hello, legends.
Must be talking to you, Neil.
What's this about your comments?
Every morning I get up and the first thing I do is I go into...
so low, Nathan?
Pardon? You say I'm a bit low? Is that any better?
No, I just adjusted you on Discord, so all good. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm trying a different microphone today. That could be why. Looks all right on my end. Levels seem quite healthy. Anyway. So each morning I get up, Neil, and I check my comments. Hold on. What I'll do is I'll look at whatever's come from the day before and just go through them one by one and respond to all of them. So I like to respond to all comments. Don't get me wrong, there are some exceptions that I just don't respond to because they're not worth responding. I might leave a little heart, thumbs up, whatever. But I like to acknowledge at least in some fashion each and every comment that I get. And for the most part, it'll be the ballers in denial that'll get a response. Well, over the last, 2 weeks, I've noticed that there's been considerably less comments, or my perception was there's considerably less comments to respond to at all. So I'm like, okay, I'm done with this bit of my day after 2 or 3 minutes. There's half a dozen comments to deal with and that's about it. Seems very low. Now, you don't give it much thought until you realise that, oh, right, it's listing by most relevant now. That seems odd. Okay, well, I'll just start looking at from newest first. And then you go through all the newest comments and you say, oh, well, there's a couple more now. Maybe that's just it. And maybe there's just less comments. Until you find yourself in a YouTube video via a new search engine. So I've downloaded a couple of different search engines just to play with them, Brave and DuckDuckGo. And you start playing with them. You go into your own video and find that there's dozens of comments from glurfs shouting down the context of the video without any response from me. And I look at them and go, what the hell? These comments, I haven't seen these comments. And I look daily. It's the first thing I do every single day. But yet I haven't seen these comments. What the hell? So you think, oh, okay. Well, at first, you go, oh, I'll just respond to it now, in the middle of the day. Not that I'd normally be doing it at this time of day. I do it via YouTube Studio first thing in the morning. That's just my routine. But I'll do it now. So you reply. And then you go back 20 minutes later, and your replies disappeared. So you go, oh, maybe I said something I shouldn't have. Maybe I accidentally put a swear word in there. So you reply again, almost the same words, and it disappears again. And you're like, what the hell? So now I'm not allowed to respond to detractors on my own video using comments that don't get shown to me. And when I finally find them via a foreign browser, I'm not allowed to respond. So I'm pissed, very pissed, very irritating. Now, I've heard Quantum Eraser discuss similar things in the past where he said that his responses will just vanish. You're like, yeah, that must be annoying. But now I'm experiencing it. My replies just vanish. So someone will come along to a video and say, oh, when you tackle how fugly Dave is, you're just attacking the man and not the argument. And I'll respond, 99% of this video discussed how fugly Dave measured Earth flat with elevation angles. But you've decided to focus on the single 1% that's got nothing to do with the measurements in hand. How interesting. That's your bad. You feel free to focus on how fugly Dave is. I'll focus on how he managed to almost measure Earth flat for a 24-hour period. You come back, comments vanished.
Yeah, that seems like a concerted effort to not let your comments go through. Welcome to being above the target.
Scummy. So a video that's discussing flat Earth elevation angle measurements in Antarctica, you go through the comments, as a lot of people will do. They'll just go straight to the comments. It's like, oh, this man's just being ad-hommed. What are we talking about? 1% of this video discusses how fugly Dave is and how scrape your eyes out your own head ugly that man is, and how incompetent he is when he fails to use a tripod to measure Earth flat. Now that will be the only focus, even though it's 1% of a video discussing how flat Earth gets measured with elevation angles if you're capable of using a tripod. Now the only thing that brings me a minor amount of solace is I've had literally, now I can find them, hundreds of comments about fugly Dave. Two things that spring out to me. Number one, nobody disagreed. Not one person came and said you're wrong. They told me that I wasn't very nice for doing it. Not you're wrong. The other is that none of them address the actual argument. In essence, they're projecting their own ad hominem fallacy onto me. Because I mentioned how scrape your own eyes out ugly Dave is. Yeah, I did, because he is. But he still measured Earth flat in Antarctica. That's the main focus of every single video discussing Dave's failure to use a tripod whilst measuring Earth flat in Antarctica. That's what we discussed. On screen now is the measurement Dave made in a limited capacity because he's a dumbass. That's elevation angles with respect to a flat surface. What's that? You don't like me calling him fugly? Why are you focused on that? I'll just say that again. Why are you focused on how fugly Dave is rather than how he measured Earth flat? Oh, because it's much easier to focus on how fugly Dave is, not that any of them are disagreeing with me, than how flat Earth gets measured. So they can turn it into an ad hom against me. Oh, you're just attacking the man. What, by pointing out how he measured Earth flat in a limited capacity before failing to use a tripod?
So no one's contesting like, hey, Nathan, you're wrong. The guy's a fair-looking guy, and nobody's contesting the measurements.
Correct.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's because I'm right in both regards. Now, on their side, they're more than content and more than willing to tolerate me being accused of crimes like child abuse. Regularly. For years. But I call Dave fugly and suddenly it's a problem. He is fugly. That's a fact. I'm not a child abuser. I'm not guilty of crimes against my own kids. But they'll accuse me of it. I'm not accusing Dave of being ugly. It's my personal opinion. And no one's disagreeing with it. Because it's a fact. He is ugly. That's just a fact. He's a short little Gollum-looking troll. But he also measured Earth flat in Antarctica. In the limited capacity that he could get a tripod to work. Now, these are the facts. None of them are being contested.
That is quite interesting. But on the other part, we've had a confession from a baller, and they know that that's BS about hitting your child. So they use that, but they all know it's bullcrap.
They use it so they don't have to address flat Earth measurements. They would sooner accuse me of a crime than address flat Earth measurements. That's the reality of this situation. When I call someone ugly, a person that's measuring Earth flat in Antarctica, the latter part gets ignored and the prior bit gets focused on. So my question to the people who are coming in my comments, even though I'm not getting to see those comments to respond to them, and even if I do respond to them, the comment gets removed that I've responded to them with. My question is, why are you focused on how ugly Dave is? Why don't you focus on the flat Earth measurements that we point out in 99% of the show, rather than the 1% of the show where we point out how ugly Dave is? I don't get it. Is it because it's easier to focus on how ugly Dave is? Because 99% of the show is discussing how he measured Earth flat, but the response is about how ugly he is. And now it's not very nice to call him ugly. All right. It's not very nice being called a child abuser. But there we go. We still measure Earth flat, don't we?
That's correct. Well, the measurements can't be disputed. So what are you going to do?
I'll tell you what they'll do. They'll come in and they'll try and justify why it's reasonable to not measure Earth curved. Flat earthers think that negligible curvature means no curvature. You're like, no, I don't think of anything of the sort. You've put those words in my mouth, but you're telling me that there's, quote, negligible curvature as an apology for measuring Earth flat. Now, the facts are, you measure Earth flat. Your apology is that it's because there is, quote, negligible curvature. Now, I don't give a crap how you justify the flat Earth measurement that we are definitely measuring. We're measuring it flat. What's that? It's because of the negligible curvature. How nice for you to not have any curvature measurements, because they're negligible when you measure Earth flat. For your horizontal distance measurements to get heights of mountains, as one example, with the 1,000-year-old Al-Biruni bullshit narrative of measuring Earth flat for mountain height. Now, you can say, well, when he measures the Earth flat for the mountain height, it's because he doesn't need to measure the curvature. Yeah, but he isn't, is he? He's not measuring curvature, he's measuring it flat. That's a fact. Now, you can deny it, but it means that you don't have any trig to get the height of the mountain, which means his maths fails completely. You can say, well, he was out by 1%. Well, after measuring Earth flat? Well, that's fascinating. So your inaccurate measurement that used a flat Earth with trig wasn't accurate anyway? Well, how crap for you and your rhetoric that measures Earth flat. Now, the measuring Earth flat bit is absolutely, unquestionably fact. It's part of the narrative when using trig. It's the same when we survey Earth. But this is why comments about you being a nasty man talking about how fugly Dave is need to remain under the video unchecked. So anybody who comes and looks at the video doesn't take the time to actually go, hang on a second, 99% of this video is talking about how fugly Dave measured Earth flat in Antarctica with elevation angles like the one on screen now. No, it's about how Nathan's described him as ugly, because he is. Yeah, he is. Very ugly. Now, he's not being accused of a crime, unjustifiably. He's just being called ugly because he is ugly. Like, his soul is also ugly. He's an ugly man when he lies about me not understanding measurements. That's a lie. I do understand the measurements. It's trig. It's very basic stuff that Al-Biruni and Dave McKeegan use. But he'll lie on a thumbnail and say, I don't understand. Like he can divine my thoughts and understandings of basic trig. No, I do understand. But Dave's a scumbag and his soul is dirty, like his face is ugly. Because he's a liar, a scumbag, a disingenuous scumbag. Now, I'm going to point that out, because it's a fact. But I'll also point out most of the time that this ugly, incompetent moron who failed to use a tripod successfully managed to measure some, not all, of the 24-hour flat Earth elevation angles to the sun in Antarctica. Now, you can deny the angle measurements, that's the little number that he has a little degree symbol after, but that means he doesn't have any measurements. Or you can accept that he's measuring Earth flat for angles to the sun, which he is. Now, I don't care if you say because he's got negligible curvature. No, he's just measuring Earth flat with angles for a limited period before a tripod got the better of his ugly ass. What's that? You don't like me calling him ugly? All right. Yeah, I don't like being called a child abuser. Some things you just have to put up with. Some things are lies, like me being a child abuser. Other things are facts, like Dave being really ugly. Those are facts. Dave measuring Earth flat, that's another fact. Him being incapable of using a tripod, that's a fact. He's a moron. Stupid. A vapid idiot. That's not my description of him committing a crime, is it? It's me detailing how incompetent it is when it comes to using tripods. Those are facts. Now, they don't like these facts, that Dave measured Earth flat with angles, so they'll focus on how ugly he is. So feel free to focus on how ugly Dave is. And I'll respond to that too. Yeah, Dave is ugly. I'm entitled to my opinion about how ugly he is. It's just an opinion that nobody's disagreed with at all, not even once in about 100 comments. So nobody's disagreed. I've had things like, you've got no, what was the one? You've got no reasonable grounds to call him ugly. In other words, saying, you're ugly too. Like, okay, so you can spin this into you are also ugly like Dave. No, I'm not. Yeah, I know I'm not ugly. What I do know is back in the day when I was dating women, I used to recommend to many a man going on dating sites. I'm like, it's easy. You send him a message and then you go out on a date with him. It's really, really easy. That's what I used to say. I only found out a few years ago. No, there's only a small percentage of men that actually go out with all the girls. That was me. I got to pick which one I wanted. I picked the most beautiful, married her and had kids with her. But that was after going out with dozens and dozens of women who I chatted up online on dating sites and then went out with. While hundreds of fuck ugly golems like Dave were rejected constantly and never went out with anybody because they're fuck ugly trolls. Now, those are facts that I can lean on when people say, you've got no room calling him ugly. Yeah, I can call him ugly because he is. He's ugly and he measured Earth flat. Which one do you want to focus on? You want to focus on how it's not nice to call him ugly? Yeah, shocking. Because it's not as easy as focusing on how he measured Earth flat with elevation angles, is it? Much easier to focus on how nasty Nathan is for calling him ugly. And call me ugly in the process. Realising how little it actually affects how Earth got measured. When you describe me as being as ugly as Dave, that to me is comical. You've got no space calling Dave ugly, you're ugly. Oh, really? So, what's good for the goose? Meanwhile, Fugly Dave measured Earth flat. Choose which one of those two statements you want to focus on. The fugly bit or the measuring Earth flat bit. I can almost guarantee which one will get the most focus.
I'm sure his mother thinks he's a handsome guy.
She didn't comment, so I couldn't say. What I did get was plenty of people saying it's not reasonable to call him fugly. Why not? Am I not allowed to express an opinion about another man's looks? I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to do that without being called a criminal. But I also get called a criminal, don't I? For things I haven't done.
Yeah, with no evidence. They claim they have video, but nobody presents it.
Meanwhile, Dave measures Earth flat. Like everybody measures Earth flat. Like Al Baruni measured Earth flat. On top of that, I'm suffering the most horrendous censorship ever. So I'll put a video out and it'll go out to nobody. It won't go out into anybody's search feeds. It won't go out into their subscription feeds, and I'll end up with 10 people watching a premiere. You're like, this is a joke. The level of censorship is absolutely off the scale.
How do we combat that?
We don't. I can't do anything about YouTube's algorithm removing me from view. But that's what they're doing. They've removed me from view. You can't find me. So it doesn't matter if I put a video out. It won't be in people's subscriptions feed. It won't be in people's homepage. It won't be anywhere. It just gets buried. Very irritating. That's the real abuse. Yeah, I'm a working father trying to feed kids. People will come along, accuse me of crimes against my kids and try and have them taken off me while I'm trying to feed them, simultaneously rejoicing when I get censored. And they'll come and point it out. Oh, you've only had 600 views on this video. It's been out for a day and a half. I'll be like, yeah, my crappy stats have got nothing to do with how Earth gets measured flat. Why aren't you responding to that? Oh, because it's much easier to say, oh, look how wonderful it is that you're being shoved into the bottom corners of nowhere while no one watches you. Oh, yeah. It's good in a way. You don't have to be handsome or right to get views on YouTube. You can be as ugly as sin and measure Earth flat, so long as you say Earth's a globe, and you'll get views.
No, we have the right to articulate opinions and ideas without interference, retaliation, or punishment. That's what freedom of speech is. So, there's got to be, listen, these are facts, right? So even though, whatever year that was, I forget, that they decided to deter people from flat Earth, because they claimed it not to be valid. Well, we're showing that it's valid and it's measured that way. So why the suppression?
That's got us more suppression.
Yeah, but that's... I don't know. I'm so confused with this.
I watched Banjo talking about how Charlie Kirk might not be dead and watched his video views go up. I'm like, all right, you sounding like a complete spanner talking complete crap that you've got no way of validating will get you views. Because now you can talk about Banjo like he's a complete crackpot. Can't you? Well, I'll promote that out there. That'll get promoted. When you just focus on how Fugly Dave measures Earth flat in Antarctica, you better hide that from you, because the idea is that you put out the Antarctic material to say that we've settled this flat Earth thing. Look, we debunked the azimuthal equidistant North Pole-centric globe projection. Therefore, Earth isn't flat. Well, what about the flat Earth measurements you made? That ain't going to get heard, is it? But if you talk about Charlie Kirk not being dead, that'll definitely get heard, because it makes you sound like a complete numpty.
And that's what they want.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, talk about Mandela effect, talk about clone centres, and your videos get promoted. When I had a minimal audience, I got presented to plenty of people because that's what we were discussing. Garbage conspiracy theories, rather than flat Earth. Those videos would have 200 live viewers. Because everybody watching could easily ridicule us. So promote the hell out of them, these stupid numpty flat earthers talking about conspiracy theories. It's very easy to ridicule them if they're talking about this. What's that? They're talking about Earth being measured flat. We need to do something about this quick sharp. You can find...
It's kind of both encouraging and discouraging at the same time.
Like I say, Neil, my primary concern is as a YouTuber paying the bills. That's what I have done YouTube for. That's first and foremost what I'm a YouTuber. So after 10 years of work, watching videos that I've put 3 or 4 hours of production work into get 10 views, you're like, this is an absolute joke. The suppression's beyond the pale.
Well, you got his truly Buck Sodbuster posting pictures with an arrow pointing to a chicken and mine and your name next to it.
What, sort of like kind of like a personal attack?
Yeah. Sort of
shocking.
like we have a debate show here and he's welcome to join, but he wants us to go somewhere else and debate him.
Sodbuster, what? Who? That's not a name. That's not a person. That's a screen name. So a screen name, I don't care. The moment you start with that sentence, a screen name has said, I don't care. It's not a real person. Buck Sodbuster, that's not a real name. That's not a real person.
Well, I'll tell you what is real, and that is the pain it's causing a lot of people, including him. Now, he feels guilty, I'm sure, because he gave up the pitch data. He thought it was going to be nothing because he couldn't read it and make sense out of it. But, yeah, that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, what, with faceless trolls sharing their pain, calling us chickens? Why?
Well, he claims we're ducking a debate and that when you come here, they're not going to be heard. They're just going to be muted. You know, the same old nonsense that they always say.
So is there a whole crowd of people crying out to hear from Buck Sodbuster? No. That's not a real name. You're not a real person, Buck. Yeah, you're a faceless scumbag troll who wants to accuse me of being a chicken for not going and talking to you. You can come on my show if you want to talk to me. You're a faceless nobody.
Yeah, so he goes about saying, I challenge Nathan again today to meet me on Earth Awakenings. Guess what? He did not show up. This is so strange to me because this is a debate show. You can walk through the door at any time. If people can't see through this, then there's no hope for people, Nathan.
Yeah, of course. They've got to create an impression like we're unreasonable with an open door for them to come in.
And it's also to create the perception that there is still a debate.
Yes.
This is undebatable.
Yeah. What's Book Surplus saying? I won't debate this because there isn't a debate. Earth was measured flat in Antarctica. Earth measured flat by Simon Dan. Al-Biruni origin story for a globe is Earth being measured flat with trig. Sticks and shadows, thousands of years ago, allegedly. Those are flat Earth elevation angle measurements. They're all measuring Earth flat. What debate? Oh, what? I don't understand how negligible the Earth curve was when they measured it. I don't care that you apologise for our lack of curve we're measuring Earth flat with. That doesn't concern me. It's not a debate. You apologising for our lack of curve there is in your measurements of a flat Earth. That's just a measurement of a flat Earth you need for your bull belief. So what? I won't debate. No, there isn't a debate.
You know what? That's the best way to put it. You know what? You're right. There is no debate. I'm not going to meet you anywhere else to debate because there is no debate. But you could join the show and I'll be happy to show you step by step how Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, what Buck means is I don't want to come on your show and be told how Earth is measured flat. And when I lie and glurf, which he did in my chat, he was in the chat the other day on Saturday, lying. So I just banned him. I'm just like, piss off. Don't come into my chat and start disagreeing about how Al-Biruni didn't measure Earth flat and tell me about how I'm not talking about the refraction. He's using trig. So that makes Buck Sodbuster a liar. But he expects me to jump out of my chair to go and entertain him on some other platform that I won't get paid to be on. No thanks. Meanwhile, you need to lie, Buck Sodbuster, about refraction with trig. No, there's no refraction when you're doing trig. It's basic triangles. That's what trig means. But if you're a glurf, you'll lie about there needing to be refraction. Not in your narrative, my friend. Your narrative is trig, flat earth measurements, triangles, horizontal distance measurements, facts that will be glurf lied about by people like Buck in my chat. So yeah, you come here and when you lie, I'll shut you up immediately while I tell you how Earth is measured flat by everyone. Not ask you, not debate you, I'll tell you. Now you don't want that, so you want to call me a coward. I don't give a crap what you call me. Yeah? Who cares? Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat, regardless of what you call me. Regardless of what I call Dave Fugly McKeegan, Dave will have still measured Earth flat in Antarctica. Nothing's going to change that. Doesn't matter how incompetent he is when it comes to using a tripod. He still measured Earth flat, didn't he? Yeah. So what are you going to do? Tell me, oh, Dave just forgot to, refract the baseline of an angle? No, that's nonsense. It's not an angle if you do that. And he's measuring angles. So he's measuring Earth flat, or he isn't measuring Earth. Those are the only two choices. Not, it's just not a big enough curve to account for. Right, well then you're not accounting for any curve when you measure Earth flat, like we keep saying. Hence the heavy censorship.
Well, he'll be happy to go to Earth Awakenings and indoctrinate them.
I don't care. When I've been in Earth Awakenings, they talk about conspiratorial garbage as well. Politics have got a double standard. They've got moderators who are literally racist, who ban me for racism. I'm not a racist. So in order to overcome our arguments about how Earth is measured flat, I get called a child abuser and a racist. I'm neither.
I tell you what we are. We're all alone. And staying there for a while. If you can't see how alone we are, then you guys are blind.
What do you mean we're
We're the
alone?
only ones putting it forth this way. We're the only ones laying down what Earth is, and it is measured flat. You're not hearing that anywhere else. You're hearing a bunch of nonsense, but not what's the rock solid proof that Earth is flat, which is measurement. We're the only ones talking about that.
Yep.
And I'm assuming we're gonna start doing a book again sometime this week. Somebody wants to translate it in French. That's good news.
Is Adam back with his computer, that is?
I haven't heard, but when he came on the show the other day, he did say something about Thursday. So I'm thinking it's this upcoming Thursday.
Well, jolly good.
Sound very discouraged, Nathan. I understand.
Yeah, it is discouraging. But that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah, they're trying to discourage you right off YouTube. I mean, after 10 years, it's normal where there's growth. But now it seems like we're stagnated. Yeah, it's definitely a contrived effort to bring you to the point where you're so discouraged that you just give it up. But Earth will still be measured flat.
Precisely. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Jason Hornsby, J Mel's 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Endless, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So links to Patreon are below this video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now, we are joined by Neil and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth Debate Discord server, so welcome one and all.
How are you?
I'm all right, Neil. How are you?
Very good.
How's everybody doing in Discord?
This morning, I'm doing great.
Just a response from Dank. Anybody else doing okay in Discord? See if we can get some audience participation.
No, there was
morning,
3 people that
Nathan.
said something.
Discord.
Good morning, Nathan.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
You there, fisherman in a box? Be nice to chat with you. You've been in several times and we hardly have any discussion with you. You actually around to have a chat? Clearly not. Maybe we could
Yeah,
do it
there's
today.
a lot of times when we could come in, but we can't really talk in the morning sometimes.
Fair enough. Well, let's see how we get on with a few housekeeping questions. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon, formerly known as Earth curve. That newbie in there? Zarso? Am I saying that right? Zarso? Hello? No, clearly not.
I haven't heard too much about Earth curve lately. Mostly that most people just talk about, show pictures of windmills hiding behind uh, waves.
Windmills hiding behind curve? You mean like the horizon being the curve, what you're calling waves?
Yeah, they don't even call it Earth curve anymore. They're just talking about how much is hidden behind whatever they're calling the horizon. You can't even get back to the black on some of the discussions I've had. You can't even get back to the black swan and point out, see that little horizon that behind that uh, oil rig? That's the horizon you're talking about. And I swear, people just don't even get that. All they think about is something's hidden behind that curve there that's in front of the windmill or the boat or the building or whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so let's break this down a little bit. So, Surf Daddy's talking about the geometric sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve, at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth in Earth curve mathematics. I'll just repeat that last bit. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth. It's labelled in Earth curve mathematics as surface level. And it is axiomatically tied to the mathematics of the alleged geometric sphere edge horizon that will be calculated with a parallel eye level. So in order to make an inference that we have a geometric horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, we must first measure the observer's height off surface level in feet, so that we can calculate the dip angle to an alleged geometric horizon below the surface level and axiomatically tied to parallel eye level. So to conclude, Earth will be measured flat twice to infer that we have a geometric sphere edge for a horizon below the measured flat Earth surface level required for that assertion. So we're absolutely clear, at the risk of ambiguity. Earth is measured flat in all instances. There are no exceptions. This includes and is not limited to Earth curve mathematics that require surface level be measured and parallel with eye level. It's the same exact principle used by Al-Biruni, who also requires horizontal distance measurements along the surface level for heights of mountains when calculating them using horizontal distances for trig. As I said earlier, Earth is always measured flat. There are no exceptions. Even in Earth curve mathematics, Earth is measured flat. Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
What's that?
Claim that Earth is turning. The positive assertion yet to be proven.
So everything tells me that I'm stationary and not moving, but you're telling me that the Earth is turning. Okay.
That's their positive assertion that they'd need to prove. The burden is not upon you to prove that it is not turning. A non-positive claim needs no proof.
Oh, wait a second. Take the gift proof, Nathan. Oh, back up. The stars, they're moving,
Okay,
right?
so the
So
stars
that
are moving.
means we're actually turning because we notice that the stars are moving.
But that means the stars are moving. If we notice that the stars are moving, that doesn't mean you're moving. It's like saying, well, the train opposite's moving. Well, that means I'm moving. No, it means the train's opposite's moving. The stars moving is the stars moving.
Seasons, Nathan, seasons.
What about them?
We experience seasons due to the rotation of the Earth.
No,
so
the-
you got the stars that are appearing to move, and you got different temperatures throughout the globe. Come on, it's all right there. You're just refusing to accept the model given to us.
I mean, if I accept the model that's given to us, can I also accept the flat Earth measurements that precede it? Because if I accept the flat Earth measurements that create the globe model that you're telling me I must accept to explain the seasons, then I would also accept the derivation of a radial value by minimum elevation and angle to Polaris or Al-Biruni dip angle measurement as explained earlier utilising surface level. So in both instances, the requirement for a flat Earth measurement precedes the model you're telling me explains the seasons with rotation of a radial value derived from a flat Earth measurement. But this is an inference that comes by looking at the stars' movement as you started by explaining.
No. The stars, they appear to move. It's us that's moving. I told you that already.
If that was the case, then they would also have proof and evidence in the form of their claimed Coriolis deflection, which would mean Earth is a non-inertial turning reference frame turning underneath the stars. Well, if Earth's a non-inertial turning reference frame, things are drifting at 15 degrees an hour, as they claim the stars are. And we'd notice. We'd have planes shortening their flight times as they travelled west. That doesn't happen. Earth's not turning underneath anything as a non-inertial turning reference frame, as is asserted by the claim Earth turns underneath the stars. That's Coriolis effect.
No. The Foucault's pendulum proved it, Nathan.
That's an alleged turning of Earth underneath the pendulum as a non-inertial turning. I've just gone through this, Neil. If Earth's a non-inertial turning reference frame, then it's turning underneath pendulums, gyroscopes, aeroplanes, hot air balloons, you if you jump up and down. We'd notice. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
When you ask for evidence, like it's not documented. When something's documented and written in, books where children learn in school, then what do you mean evidence? It says 93 million miles away.
But again, the 93 million mile claim is a derivation based on flat Earth prerequisite measurements of the surface level to derive things like radius, so you can calculate and infer distances using Keplerian and Huygens, and you've got to derive scale to things like Venus, so the occultation of the sun by Venus can be used to scale their heliocentric model that originated in flat Earth derivations for radius. So first you measure Earth flat, you get a radius, then you put it in orbital motion, that's Kepler, and then you derive scale with Huygens' inference that Venus has the same radial value as Earth when measuring it flat. So the start of this whole process is measuring Earth flat, violating the principle of heliocentrism at the first measurement.
What, are you going to always go to the measurements? Everything I bring up, you're going to go to the measurements?
Yes. Earth's measured flat. By everyone always. There are no exceptions. The best you can do when I point out how Earth is measured flat is attack me, the man.
Next.
Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Now you're done for. Now you're done for. What do you mean scientific evidence? We observe all day long things moving in a downward vector.
No, we don't. We've got clouds.
I said things, physical things.
Clouds are a physical thing. This
We're talking about tangible things.
Okay, it's two things. Number one, this rhetoric of all things moving towards the surface of Earth, aka mass attracting mass, is an out-of-date concept. It's been out of date for 110 years. It was superseded by Einsteinian fourth-dimensional time bending because mass does not attract mass. Gas has mass. It experiences elastic collisions. It is fundamentally defying Newtonian principles of mass attracting mass. They don't attract each other. If they get anywhere near each other, they bounce off each other. It's called elastic collisions. Meanwhile, you've only got to crick your neck up slightly to look at the clouds to know that all things aren't moving towards the mass of Earth. That's nonsense. And out of date.
Just gases.
Say again?
That's just gases. What about the leaves I'm watching fall from the tree? Or when I play ball with my son, if he misses it, it hits the ground. It doesn't veer off to the left or veer off to the right or go up, Nathan. It hits the surface because there is an attraction to the center of the Earth.
No, that's an out-of-date claim that's 110 years out of date. I've just gone through this. If mass attracts mass,
Nathan,
then the mass of the gases would also be attracted to the mass of Earth, and they are not.
I'm not talking about gases here.
Yeah,
We're talking about physical, tangible things.
You're talking about mass. This out-of-date 110-year-old rhetoric is mass attracting mass. Well, it will exclude certain states of matter and only focus on the ones that affirm my bias because they are going in a downward orientation. Secondly, the claimed only existing downward orientation would require a flat plane to describe it. It's a downward orientation. That vector is perpendicular to a plane of reference. There is no perpendicular to anything if you're alleging that you're on a ball surface. You need a plane of reference to describe a downward motion. Or to put it another way, the out-of-date 110-year-old rhetoric of Newton requires a flat plane.
Okay, let's try something different. Things fall, predicts orbits that previously were only fitted from data, predicts phenomena previously not seen, gyro compasses need changing verticals to apply a torque to seek north.
North is a flat Earth direction.
Foucault and Cavendish, Nathan.
I've just said north is a flat Earth only direction, though, isn't it? Point north. You pointing north? Should I do it on camera? Which way's north? That north? That north? That's north. That's south. These are flat Earth directions. Go and look at a compass. Now, if you're a bonehead, ball believer, you think compasses are circular or spherical? They're circular. They're flat. Directionality is flat Earth. Only flat Earth. You can't travel south on a ball. You can travel south flat because that's what south is. Flat Earth direction only. Next.
I don't know.
I do.
All right, next.
Directions are flat. I do know. That's how directions are dealt with. Flat. Go and look at a compass.
Next.
Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics? Don't all go at once.
I'm trying to think. No. They'll use pseudoscience got plenty of phenomena, right? But you won't be able to put it through the scientific method. So it stops at observation, right? I mean, it can't go any further than that.
Yeah, it's because people don't understand what science is. So somebody in Master B sent me a comment from Dr. Shiba, is it? Suggesting that there's going to be a debate. That in itself is an error. There is no debate about Earth. It's measured flat. The debate ended about 2 years ago. But he's asking for scientific validity for the geometry of Earth's shape. That's 3 category errors. And it's not science. And geometry isn't about shape of the Earth, when shape doesn't come into the aspect we measure of Earth when measuring Earth.
What somebody's saying it creates pressured gas around Earth, and it's actually buoyancy. No. You need containment to have any pressure.
What's this got to do with Earth being measured flat? Talking about air pressure. Air pressure's measured off sea level. Altitude is measured off surface level. You need surface level and sea level to measure your gas pressure. So if you're going to describe pressure and height, you need a flat Earth to describe both. So why are you appealing to this? Earth's measured flat for both. That wasn't rhetorical. Why are they appealing to a pressure that's measured off surface level vertically with altitude when both altitude and the pressure require a flat surface level to measure them?
Because they're going to ignore all types of measurements and take you around the loop-de-loop of how Earth is a sphere.
But you're
And how
measuring the
gas
pressure off surface
can
level.
stay
It's
on
not.
Earth.
No, they're appealing to a measurement that requires surface level and altitude. A flat Earth is a prerequisite to describe pressure. Because you're going to describe its difference at height. Height also being perpendicular to a plane of reference. Up. Altitude. All flat Earth prerequisites. This is the game, right? This is why the censorship is so egregious currently for me. Because every measurement of Earth, without exception, is flat. There isn't any exceptions. Now, is the people lining up to tell us how I'm wrong about altitude being measured off surface level? I'm not. Earth's measured flat. What about pressure? Yeah, it's measured with altitude. So you're measuring Earth flat for pressure. Earth's measured flat, there aren't any exceptions. Even appeals to having a geometric sphere edge for a horizon will appeal to a maths that measures altitude off surface level. There aren't any exceptions. Earth is always and without exception measured flat.
Now all they want to talk about is gyro compasses in chat. Just a regular do-si-do.
Just did not cover this. Sorry, a gyro compass, what, to point south, that's horizontal. West, horizontal. East, horizontal. North, horizontal. Why are you appealing to flat Earth only directions? Don't use our stuff. Earth's measured flat, directionality is flat. Pressure's flat, altitude's flat, surface level's flat, eye level's flat. Flights, they're in level flight. Yeah, they're parallel with surface level, measured off sea level, with pressure and altitude, all flat. There aren't any exceptions. Earth has always and will always be measured flat, even for your stupid ball belief. Want a few examples? Let's take Simon Dan's recent endeavour. He's in a category error because he's calling it an experiment when he's actually measuring elevation angle measurements to the sun. Elevation? Sound familiar? Yeah, that would be off a flat planar surface to give you an angle to the sun. How many times did Dan and his audience measure Earth flat? Thousands of times. Each and every one of them affirming how flat Earth will be with a little number with a degree symbol afterwards. Necessitating a flat plane be utilised for the measurements. Or Dave McKeegan, who measured Earth flat for 24 hours in Antarctica. Oh, he didn't manage to use a tripod. He was too stupid and ugly. Other than him being too stupid and ugly to use a tripod, Dave McKeegan measured Earth flat in Antarctica. Now, given that we've spent, 25 minutes going through how Earth is measured flat, you as an audience member or fan of Dave McKeegan have a couple of choices. You can, like hundreds of commenters have done, choose to focus on how ugly Dave is, rather than how flat he measured Earth. You can choose to focus on the fugly bit. That's what you can do. Now, I'll just ask, why would you want to focus on how ugly Dave is, rather than how flat he measured Earth? That confuses me. Surely, given the title and thousands of hours that we spend discussing how flat Earth gets measured, when we example fugly Dave McKeegan measuring Earth flat, up until the point a tripod got the better of him, you'd think you'd focus on the tripod he was using, the measurements he was using, how flat the surface must be for the angles he measured. But no, the trolls want to focus on me calling him ugly. I mean, that's fine. Feel free. Nobody's disagreeing with me. It's just a fact. But really, I'd rather focus on how fugly Dave measured Earth flat, rather than how fugly he is. But that's all the commenters seem to want to moan about. You want to moan about me calling him fugly? He is ugly when he measured Earth flat in Antarctica with elevation angle measurements off a surface level. Now, if they're not flat Earth elevation angle measurements off surface level, then they're not measurements. What they are measurements, then he measured Earth flat. And he's really ugly. Feel free to just focus on the ugly part. I don't mind.
Just because it's level and horizontal doesn't mean it's flat.
That's absolutely what it means. Or you don't get measurements from it.
That flat word's it's just wrong.
Yeah, I get that a lot from people who aren't defending how ugly Dave isn't. I mean, I'm not. They're not. They don't focus on the flat Earth measurements at all.
They can't, Nathan. You know that. What I find funny is I have to pretend to be a baller while there's about 3 or 4 ballers sitting right in chat that don't have real names. They just have icons with these funny, weird, sodbuster names, but they won't come in and debate, but they'll mock me for trying to be a baller. It's just sad.
There is no debate. What are you going to debate about? If you attempt to debate this subject, you get put into a position we call the rock and the hard place. The rock is an acceptance of your requirement to measure Earth flat. I'll give you an example. Dave McKeegan, setting up a tripod to the limitations of his brain, and then measuring angles to the sun. That requires 2 straight lines, one of which is surface level, the other is an angle to the sun. Now, if it's not a flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurement using surface level, then you haven't got any measurements. That's called the hard place. So you haven't got any measurements then. Oh, you do? You've got your surface level angles to the sun. So you've got flat Earth measurements then. So there's no debate. There's only you accepting your own measurements of Earth's surface or denying that you've got any measurements. So there isn't a debate to be had. That's why nobody comes in here. They'd rather call me a coward while I say, there is no debate. Everyone measures Earth flat. This is not something that is debatable. You need a flat Earth more than we do. You are measuring angles to the sun. Like Simon Dan is measuring elevation angle measurements to the sun thousands of times with his audience. Every single participating member measured Earth flat. What's that? You didn't measure Earth flat, so you haven't got any of those little numbers with degree symbols after them then. Oh, you do? You see how there's no debate here? You either accept your own friggin' measurements of a Earth that's flat, or you don't. But that's not debating. That's you accepting your own measurements or not. That's not a debate. That's accepting reality or not accepting reality. You can deny your own reality that you measure Earth flat, or you can accept that Earth is measured flat. That's not a debate. Just so we're absolutely clear. I was handsome, but now I'm just beautiful, says Unitox Femu. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, like I say, you don't have to like the fact that Earth is measured flat by everyone always without exception. You can glurf and lie about it. Say that we aren't understanding how refraction wasn't taken into consideration, so we don't understand how something wasn't considered, or we don't understand how negligible curve doesn't mean no curve. Okay, I mean, you can apologise for the flat Earth prerequisite elevation angles you are measuring, and tell me that I don't understand how they're inaccurate angle measurements because of refraction. Okay, so you haven't got any angle measurements because they should be refracted. So you don't have any measurements. Oh, you do? They're just not accurate. So you don't have any accurate measurements. Oh, you do? They're just flat Earth measurements. Yeah, that'll be the rock that you need to be on your knees on, accepting that Earth will and can only be measured flat, for you to call things like this on screen an angle. Because it is a flat Earth prerequisite. Earth will be and is measured flat by everyone always. There are no exceptions. Now, if it was the case that there are exceptions and Earth got measured curvy, why is Simon Dan measuring Earth flat thousands of times with elevation angles to the sun? Why is Dave McKeegan measuring Earth flat for 24 hours in Antarctica? I keep forgetting he's a dumbass and got outsmarted by a tripod. Sorry, I'll just have to correct that. Fugly Dave didn't quite manage measuring Earth flat for 24 hours. What's that, you want to focus on me calling him Fugly? Why not focus on the measuring Earth flat for 24 hours? Keep getting that wrong. Keep forgetting how incompetent Dave is when it comes to using tripods. He almost succeeded in measuring Earth flat for 24 hours with elevation angle measurements to the sun, but for the fact that Dave is fugly and incompetent. But what you want to focus on is incompetence. Oh no, you want to focus on me calling him ugly. Why don't you focus on a measured Earth flat? Oh, because that's too painful. Yeah? Comprehension of how Dave failed through incompetence to use a tripod when the rest of his compadres managed to measure Earth flat with elevation angle measurements to the sun for 24 hours. They all measured Earth flat though, didn't they? Yeah? What's that? Can I hear? Where are the guns, Nathan? That sounds like a deflection from measurements, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, me shouting, where are the guns, is going to be a deflection from where measurements are being taken of Earth's surface level because it's part of the angle measurement. Now, you can deny it, like I keep saying. You can deny your own angle measurements that require a surface level for the angle. You can say that they're not accurate because they haven't accounted for refraction, but then you're in the hard place of denying your own measurements. Until you accept that that little degree symbol after the little number of an angle measured with surface level is just a flat Earth measurement that you measured. Then you'll be on your knees accepting that Earth is measured flat, because it is. Without exception. Another example would be Al Biruni utilising trig and horizontal distance measurement. What's that? Oh, I don't understand how negligible the curve was. Okay, so you're explaining to me how there's no curve being measured. No, there can't be, otherwise he wouldn't be doing trig. Unless he's got a horizontal distance measurement, trig fails. What's that? He did use trig. Yeah, that's because he measured Earth flat. What about Alexandria and Cyan? Is that a flat Earth measurement of an elevation angle with a stick and shadow? Yeah, it is, yeah, with an angle measurement being taken from surface level. So you're measuring Earth flat. Thousands of years of flat Earth measurements aren't going to be denied by some idiot who wants to focus on how fugly one man who failed to use a tripod is. But the majority of the show that we cover here, without any contest, that is to say, in spite of the fact we have an open door here, we have to get Neil to play baller. Because there is no contest, there is no debate, Earth is measured flat, and there is no contesting this. All you can do is lie. Pretend that refraction should have been taken into account with an angle. No, it won't be an angle anymore. You can't do trig with bent lines. Now, if it's trig, and it is, then you're measuring Earth flat. Like Dan measured Earth flat with the sun, or Dave almost measured flat but for his incompetence with tripods.
I blame a lot of this cognitive dissonance on the people who are trying and failing to actually debate this sensibly with the internet. When you can look up and claim to have a citation and find a citation from Webster's dictionary that says that level does mean parallel with the curve of the earth.
Now, if level is parallel with the curve of the earth, then you can't utilize that same level with a degree symbol after a number. So again, you can go to Webster's dictionary and it can say that level's parallel with the curve. No, it isn't. If it is, then Al-Biruni's trig fails. You're saying it's parallel with a curve, then you can't put a degree number after the elevation angle measurement to the mountain used by Al-Biruni in your own rhetoric. You're saying that baseline is bent, then it's not an angle measurement. Oh, it is an angle measurement, and he did do trig. Yeah, we know, it's part of your story. That you seem to be denying with a definition that says it's curved? No, if it's curved, it's not an angle anymore. You don't have to like this position you find yourself in. Like I say, it's so common that we define both positions. Number one, the rock. An acceptance of how Earth is measured flat, in this case to do trig. Or the hard place where you say, no, this absolutely required to be straight line for it to be an angle is actually parallel with a curve. Well, if it's parallel with a curve, that's a contradiction in terms, an oxymoron. Then it's not capable of having a degree symbol put next to a number to do trig with it. So you don't have any measurements for trig then? Bendy lines for angles? No. Angles don't bend to do trig with them. They must be straight and flat. Oh, they are? Because that's what Al-Biruni's doing? Yeah, we know. Yeah? Like Dave almost managed in Antarctica with the sun. But for the fact that he was outsmarted by a tripod, he measured Earth flat with elevation angle measurements. Or go to Simon Dan, who measured thousands of elevation angle measurements. Little numbers with degree symbols at the end of them. That means straight lines, 4 angles. What's that? The straight lines were parallel with a curve? No, they won't be angles anymore, will they? Unless you want to say that every single one of the 1,000 participants that measured Earth flat for Simon Dan actually didn't get angles because the lines were curved, therefore not angles. I mean, you can do that, but we define that too, haven't we? It's called the hard place. The hard place where you deny your own measurements because 2 straight lines aren't straight anymore. One of them's parallel with a curve. Well, then how are you putting a degree symbol after it? Oh, you do want to keep the degree symbol? Well, then Earth's measured flat. It's called the rock. Yeah? Notice how this isn't a debate. It's just either you denying your own bleeding measurements or you accepting them. Your flat Earth measurements, that is.
Yeah, well, enough with the measurements. I'm just curious why you think Webster's dictionary is wrong and they're lying.
I don't care.
I can't even do this.
No, I seriously don't care. If you define something that defies the axiomatic principles required for measurement, then your definition's wrong. If you're measuring Earth for angles, then you need it to be flat or it won't be an angle. If Webster's says, well, no, the angle's not going to be an angle because it's curving, well, then you haven't got any measurements anymore. Shout out to Price of Adam. Accept our angle or deny your own angle. Yeah, that's it. Precisely, Adam. You either accept the angle you require, or you don't. Now, you're using these angles, not us. I don't give a crap how many thousands of times Dan measures Earth flat. He's the one measuring it. Like I say, you can toss every single one of Dan's participating angle measurements. That's 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. You can deny them. You can say, nah, this part is that, because it's parallel with a curve. Well, then it's not an angle anymore. So you haven't got any measurements. Oh, no, we still want to keep the little degree symbol next to a number. Well, then you've measured Earth flat. Like this on screen. Yeah? Now, you can infer that the angle for latitude when using Polaris actually comes from the centre of hell. But it doesn't. It's measured with respect to the plane in the diagram. Nobody's standing in the middle of hell, but that's how you have to functionally describe a glorified protractor called the globe Earth, when the globe Earth is used as a protractor surrounding you when measuring surface level for the angle. In reality, this diagram represents the equatorial plane that you stand on to measure the angle. And it's an angle. This line is not curving, but it is terminating in the centre of hell. Now, do we actually reside in the centre of hell? No, we don't. Is Earth actually a glorified protractor? No, there is no spherical Earth surrounding your position when you measure latitude. You just measure latitude off the surface level with an angle to Polaris. That's how Earth gets measured for latitude. It's fundamental to mapping. Now, again, you can deny latitude and say, nah, the surface that we measure latitude angle with is actually curving. Then it's not an angle. Then you don't have latitude. Oh, you want to keep latitude, do you? Then you're measuring Earth flat for it. Again, you don't have to like it. It's not debatable. You can just deny your own bleeding rhetoric if you choose to. Like I say, it's called the hard place, where you decide that you don't like flat Earth measurements anymore. Go ahead, Neil.
No, Nathan. See, this is the new line of defense. We're denying what's being written in dictionaries and encyclopedias. That's the new line of defense.
No, I'm not denying any dictionaries. I'm pointing out how measurements fail if we abide by your definitions. Parallel to a curve means your Simon Dan, Bugly Dave, Al-Biruni, and Aristophanes measurements are all bunk because none of them are angles anymore. What, you want to retain the angle measurement with a little degree symbol after a number? Then Earth is measured flat. Oh, right, no, the dictionary says that it's curving. Well, then it's not an angle anymore. You're not understanding this. You can appeal to your definitions, but your definitions defy Earth measurement. And those measurements are part of your ball rhetoric. Like Al-Biruni. You can say, nah, he didn't do trig. This dictionary definition says the ground is curving. Well, then he hasn't got an angle measurement, has he? He can't do trig anymore then, can he? Oh, he does do trig? Well, then your dictionary definition's wrong. It's violating a measurement of Earth. You don't have to like it. You can appeal to your definitions that violate measurements all you like. Me, I'm not measuring Earth. I don't care. I know that your measurements require Earth to be flat, though. And you can toss your measurements out all day long. I like it when you tell me that, aren't you accepting the refraction that Al-Biruni didn't take into account when he did trig? Nah, Al-Biruni is not my measurement. But you can feel free to deny the trig Al-Biruni uses after measuring Earth flat because you say the dictionary definition is a bent surface level. Okay, well then he hasn't got any angles, has he? He can't do trig anymore. Oh, but you need the trig, you want the trig, then you accept that Earth is measured flat, regardless of what you appeal to when you cherry-pick definitions. Can't beat the measurements. Al-Biruni needs it to be flat. Oh, what's this on screen? Let's have a little look. What does this say? Does it say surface level? Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's because that's what's required to be measured when you get your height off a plane perpendicular to it for an upward direction we call altitude. That's measured height in feet for the 1.22 times the square root of it. What's this? Is this eye level? Parallel with... It's almost like these level surfaces have to run parallel, like they axiomatically and geometrically do get defined as. What's that? A different definition says that they're curving? Well, then they're not parallel anymore, are they? What's that? You'd prefer I just don't point out how flat Earth must be for you to measure your height off surface level? It's in your maths. These aren't my maths. Now, you can deny your own maths. You don't like surface level being flat and parallel with eye level. Okay, well then don't appeal to this maths for Earth curve. Below surface level that's measured. Flat. For you, not me. They're your measurements. Yeah? Feel free to pop over to the hard place where surface level bends. And then it defies the axiomatic principle of parallel eye level used in the maths. The maths you need fails. Oh, right, you'd rather keep the parallel eye level and surface level for your height measured off it? Well, then you're measuring Earth flat, aren't you? But the dictionary says that it's curved. Well, then you can't have a parallel eye level for the maths. The maths axiomatically requires it to be parallel. But you don't like how parallel eye level and surface level must be. Oh, well, then you haven't got any maths. You see how it's your problem, not mine, that Earth gets measured flat, that is? I don't care. Measure it however you like, I don't care. Not interested. Don't care how Earth gets measured. I know it's flat. I appeal to your measurements that you somehow want to deny after I point them out to you. You don't like surface level? Oh well, just don't use it then. That's not my problem. I don't care. Don't use it.
Not what it is. You don't understand what level means. It means equidistant to the center of a ball.
Oh, well, if
That's
level
what
means
it
equidistant
says.
to the centre of a ball, then Al-Biruni can't use surface level for an angle, can he? If it's equidistant to the centre of ball, every single one of Dan's 1,000 measurements with a little degree symbol after them fail. If they're all curving, say the detractors from Chatskank, then they haven't got any angle measurements. So, I mean, are you going to go and tell every one of Dan's participants that the little degree measurement that they got was wrong because actually the surface level base of their angle was curving because it says so in a dictionary? Well, that means you haven't got any measurements anymore, have you? You haven't got any little degree symbols after angle measurements to the sun off surface level. You haven't got any of those measurements then. Oh, right, you'd rather keep them but tell me that the straight line for an angle bends? No, it can't. Or it's not an angle. Yeah? Again, hard place. Your measurement fails, not mine. I don't have any measurements of Earth. I don't care. I know Earth gets measured flat with horizontal distance measurements. I know how a compass works. Yeah? I'm not pointing south. That's not south. That's south. Go and look at a compass. Yeah? I don't need you to tell me I don't understand how things get defined when we're measuring things. By we, I mean you. You require Earth be measured flat for your globe belief.
You're ignoring the tangent, though. They go right to the tangent. That's how they will get the angles needed because they work off a tangent plane.
Now, tangent planes derive from the sphere at a single point that is also based on a flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurement to Polaris or Al-Biruni's use of trig. So in order to infer, by way of begging the question fallacy, that you've got a radial value to get a tangent from a ball? No. You're measuring from the surface. If we're mapping or surveying or travelling in a plane or a boat, all of those things are utilising measurements from Earth's surface, not to a presupposed ball that was invented using flat Earth measurements like Al-Biruni's trig or Simon Dan's 1,000 angle measurements off surface level.
I see the Adam Meekins in chat. So he'll take care of these ball tods.
Like I say, they're too cowardly to come on the show and tell me I'm wrong because they don't want to be put in either the rock or the hard place. That's okay. You can tell yourselves that maybe it's me being a coward when I point out how there is no debate and Earth is measured flat in all instances and then give you examples of your own stupid gurus measuring Earth flat with elevation angles. What's that? They're not from the surface, they're from a tangent. Well, then you haven't measured Earth's surface. How is that useful? If you're utilising a ball by prerequisite, you can't because it isn't going to give you an angle from the surface level, is it?
Yeah, Adam said the same thing from chat. Adam said tangent plane, ? So it's not the surface then. That's correct.
Yeah, you can deny your own surface level measurement if you don't want it to be the surface level. So you're only measuring from a ball in a diagrammatical fashion that doesn't give you a surface level measurement. Oh, well, they haven't got any measurements from the surface level. No worries. Again, hard place.
So then they weren't lying when they kept saying not the ground. Yeah, just not their ground.
Yeah, when they say it's not the ground, it's not the globe ground. But we do definitely measure the ground, build on the ground, survey the ground, map the ground, chart the ground, fly across the ground, sail on the ground. We do all those things with the ground level, sea level. That's level, measured as such for angles and things of that nature. Like Simon Dan and Fugly Dave McKeegan and Al-Biruni and Eratosthenes. All of these people are measuring Earth flat for elevation angles. They're using horizontal distance measurement. That's on the surface. What's that? They're actually measuring tangent out in space. No, they're not. The ball that you infer utilises the tangent was also invented using flat Earth surface level measurements. Don't have to like it.
I hope everybody's paying attention because this is why there is no debate.
"65 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already. It's 2 clicks to share the show on your favourite social media platform, be that X or MySpace, Bebo, Facebook, MySpace, whatever you want to use. But click that share button and let people know. Flat Earth debate is live now.
Okay, I have to address this because this is not true. A measurement is a measurement. There are no errors in a measurement. This guy's saying they are not bunk. They just introduce small errors. Any method has sources of errors, including the measurements it needs. Measurements, there are no errors in measurements.
Oh, no, that's fine. So what he's saying is the measurements of Earth's surface for degrees have errors. All right, so your measurements are wrong. Yeah, that's the hard place, isn't it, Neil? Yeah? All right, they just haven't accounted for all these things that make them wrong, so they're wrong then. Your measurements from Al-Biruni are wrong, riddled with errors. All right, well then you can toss that crap to the curb, can't you? Because you say they're riddled with errors. Yeah, that's the hard place where you deny your own measurements as being inaccurate. Fine. So Al-Biruni's not got any measurements for degrees off surface level then. Okay. He didn't get the height of the mountain. It was inaccurate. Okay. Well, then your 1,000-year-old garbage nonsense about how you derive an R value by measuring the height of mountains, as per Al-Biruni, is wrong then. Oh, right, you don't like me pointing out that it's your hostile witness that must be wrong if you're telling me how inaccurate these measurements are. Okay. You can be in that hard place denying them. You can tell me how inaccurate your rhetoric of Al-Biruni is. That's fine. Yeah, we know. It's garbage. He probably didn't even exist, did he? Yeah, he probably didn't measure Earth's surface level. That's no worries. There's plenty of other examples, modern ones, like Simon Dan measuring elevation angles to the sun off surface level. Thousands of times. What's that? Dan's inaccurate. Every one of those 1,000 measurements that Dan got were inaccurate. Right? Okay. Toss all of them to the curb. I don't care. They're not my measurements. Meanwhile, if you want to accept the little degree symbol next to each and every one of those 1,000 elevation angle measurements off surface level, what's that? It's not surface level, it's off a tangent. So you didn't measure Earth's surface then. Okay. You didn't measure Earth's surface then. Oh, you did measure Earth's surface. It's just that you didn't understand the errors that they got because they weren't measuring curve. They were actually measuring a negligible curve, and it's okay to measure a negligible curve. So you've got no curve to measure. You did measure Earth flat then. No, we didn't. We measured a tangent. And round you go in your own little numpty dipshit whirly durl. Well, you can do that. You can do that all day. Me, I'll just laugh at you while you deny your own measurements or accept that Earth is measured flat, because those are the only two choices.
Well, he claims this, another faceless troll claims you can't measure to 100% accuracy. That's why certain tools are better than others. That's why we develop new tools at all.
Okay. So what is that? You're saying that every measurement I've detailed so far is inaccurate. So Fugly Dave, for the limited capacity that he could get a tripod to work, didn't get accurate angle measurements. Okay, no worries. That's why we've got new tools. That's why we'll toss Fugly Dave McKeegan's inaccurate measurements to the curb then. Yeah? Oh, what, you'd rather keep the angle measurements that he acquired in a limited capacity before a tripod outsmarted him? You'd rather keep those? Oh, what's that? You'd rather not talk about him at all and tell me off for calling him fugly? That's all right. You can go to Simon Dan's 1,000 flat Earth measurements of angles to the sun. What's that? He was inaccurate too? Okay, well then toss every one of Simon Dan's 1,000 flat Earth measurements to the curb as being inaccurate then. No worries. What, you'd rather keep them? Well, then he measured Earth flat with elevation angles. Elevation. Off the surface, what do you think elevation means? That's a flat Earth measurement. Oh, you don't like keeping the flat Earth bit for elevation angles to the sun thousands of times because we've got more accurate tools. Well, show them me, and I'll show you how they measure Earth flat.
You'll like this one, Nathan. The horizontal tangent would be the one if it were a real physical plane and would rise to eye level.
So it's not a physical plane that you're getting a tangent plane for the measurement then? It's not the surface of Earth then? Yeah, so you haven't got any surface of ball measurements then? No worries, that's again the hard place. So you can only measure theoretically in models. Me, I can measure surface level for angles. We use them for things like latitude. We can appeal to the measurements of surface level as measurements, because they are. You can deny them. Bless. There's no choice beyond rock and hard place. Those are your only two choices here. Accept Earth's measured flat or deny your own measurements. Those are the only two choices. There's no third choice.
Well, it means flat Earth measurements are also inaccurate, so you can claim you have perfect measurements and methods to get perfect results as well.
No, I'm not measuring anything. I don't care. What I do know is that the rhetoric for thousands of years is horizontal distance measurements. I do know that surveys measure Earth flat. For example, measuring the heights of mountains like Everest, they do use trig when they do surveys, and they do use horizontal distance measurements. We also have things like NTSB pitch data. NTSB pitch data presenting a flat Earth prerequisite for altitude and pitch. Now, those are measurements of Earth used when investigating life and death. Now, you can tell me that my appeal to NTSB pitch data and its flat Earth prerequisite elevation and pitch information on graphs is wrong. You can do that. But I'd be wondering why you're not contacting the NTSB asking them why people's deaths have been investigated using a flat Earth. I mean, nobody's going to be doing that because it would be very disrespectful to the investigations that absolutely unequivocally utilise flat Earth elevation off sea level and level flight, as documented in pitch data. Now, you can say that's wrong. I don't mind. But I'm not measuring Earth. But people who investigate deaths do, and they measure it flat.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Measurements are not inaccurate. When they give you the height of a mountain, that's the height of a mountain, and that was derived from a flat plane. So there are no inaccuracies in measurements. If there are, you got to throw them out.
Yeah, take it up with the surveyors who give you the height of a mountain, or rise over run with horizontal distance measurements along the surface to accurately describe how high or low mountains and valleys rise and fall. That's called rise over run. It's utilising horizontal distance measurements. That's measurements by surveyors measuring Earth flat. Now, you can deny all of this. Deny Ordnance Survey. Fine, that's all right. I don't care. They're still measuring it flat and surveying it flat, navigating it flat, charting it flat, flying across it in level flight. Those are facts that show Earth's measured flat. That you can deny, again, we've got it defined, haven't we? It's called the hard place, where you deny the measurements of Earth because they're not ball-shaped. That's fine. I don't mind. You can do that. But I'll just lean into the people who investigate death, like the NTSB with pitch data, because that's absolutely unequivocally flat Earth measurements. Don't have to like it. About 5 minutes left. Man, doesn't time fly when you're measuring Earth flat?
When you measure how tall you are, those are accurate. All measurements are accurate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be measurements. Now, you could do calculations, but if the calculation don't not line up with the measurement, then you toss it out.
Yeah, you toss out those flat Earth measurements. Then you've got no measurements, though. Like this measurement on screen, it has a prerequisite flat surface to describe an angle. Now, surveys utilise horizontal distances and angles to things like mountains to accurately describe their height when measuring Earth's surface for horizontal distance. Now, that is a fact that you don't have to like. But we do measure Earth flat. These are facts.
Yeah, let me read this one to you, Nathan. North-seeking gyro compasses do or don't work on flat Earth.
North is a flat Earth only direction, though, isn't it, Neil?
Oh dear.
So do you want to point north before asking me if it works on a flat Earth? Yeah, it's two-dimensional. Have you never owned a compass? Clearly, we've got a lot of people in the audience who've never been a Boy Scout, never used a map, and never held a compass. Hello, idiots who've never held a compass. Go and buy a compass. Then tell me which way south is. Is it down? Is that south? No, dum-dum. That's south. I actually don't know which south is. I haven't got a clue. It doesn't really matter. It's flat. Did I point forward when I said south was south last time? I don't know. Probably not.
So if you can't, oh, I was going to say this. I don't know. I get scale. You just don't understand scale. You need a flat Earth to measure scale, right? You need measurements to have a scale of something, right?
Of course.
Sure.
I got a scale model. If I want to do a scale model of a car, I got to have the real car and measure every square inch of it exactly so that I can make blueprints to make my scale model of a car. It's the same thing with the Earth. If you assume it's a globe, that's why the globe has a model. That's why they say the globe model all the time.
We don't assume.
There is
that's
no
a mistake.
flat Earth model.
Let me stop you, sir,
just
Daddy.
measure
No. We don't assume Earth's a sphere. That was a lie. No. Earth gets measured to derive a radial value that then gets converted into sphericity after measuring Earth flat. So the declaration that we assume Earth to be a sphere is wrong. No. You measured Earth flat and converted the flat measurements into sphericity. It's not just an assumption. That was a lie. A lie that was convenient, like a relinquishment of a pawn in a chess game. No. It whistles past the prerequisite flat Earth measurements to derive radial values if you suggest that it's just an assumption. It's not just an assumption. It's based on flat Earth measurements. That's where they get radial value, like Al-Biruni. That's where we get a claim of a measurement. And what's the first step? Well, he needs a horizontal distance. And then he can do trig. What's that? It's not. The dictionary says that it's curved. Well, then he can't do trig. What's he does do trig? Yeah, he does. He measures Earth flat for it. It's the only way Earth can be measured.
About this guy's claiming that the north-seeking gyro compass is
Sorry,
shows Earth rotating through a field of changing.
Stop. North. Yeah? North. You understand? You're starting with a flat Earth prerequisite to tell us it isn't flat. Don't use a compass to tell me what north does. As soon as you say north, it's horizontal. It's a flat Earth only direction. Have you numpties never owned a compass? Because you're sounding very stupid when you try and use the word north to violate a flat plane. No, you don't have north unless you've got a flat plane. It's a flat Earth prerequisite. Directions are flat. Go and buy a compass, you clowns.
Yeah, but it shows they're rotating through a field of changing verticals.
No. A rotating field of verticals. No, a compass is just a little magnetic pin that spins around and points north. North being
changing
horizontal.
verticals.
Say again.
Yeah, that's what it says, Brian.
Say again.
So it's changing verticals. That's a new one.
Verticals just vertical.
Yeah. Let me get the whole thing. It shows Earth rotating through a field of changing verticals. That is a new one.
To quote Craig, what's Craig's surname? McNeil? Reciprocating zenith angles.
That was a pretty good one.
No, these are axiomatic principles in geometry, like parallel, vertical, perpendicular, horizontal. These things are axiomatically tied to how Earth gets measured. Flat, like on screen. See where it says vertical? It's 90 degrees to the horizontal. always and without exception, it's an axiom.
Yeah, but that 90 degree, you can get that off a tangent.
No, well, then it's not Earth's surface then, is it?
No, it's somewhere out in space it goes to. But if it
No, we measure
were-
Earth's surface when we survey Earth's surface. If you want to imply that it has anything to do with Earth. I mean, obviously, if you suggest it's a tangent, then you're not measuring Earth's surface anymore. Again, another example of
You can't.
the hard place. All right, tangential to a ball, so you're not measuring Earth's surface then. No, you're not. You're measuring a flat plane. But it is Earth's surface because it's a surface level measurement that you rely on.
How
Yeah,
would
Brian.
you measure the angular size of, let's say, a mountain from 100 miles away with a tangent?
No, you don't. You
Considering
measure
you
it.
have diverging zeniths as
You
well.
can't. You can't describe its altitude off the surface if it's tangent to a point with a ball dangling below it. Then the height is off a what point in space out in the distance 100 miles away? No, that's not how we survey Earth. We survey Earth at surface level with horizontal distance measurements. And the altitude, that's the height of the mountain, it's shocking, is off the surface. It's not off a point in space on a tangent, you bunch of idiots. But meanwhile, when you say that, it means it's not your ball surface that's getting measured according to you. Yeah, Brian.
Well, how would you use angular size to give you, if you knew the distance between you and the mountain and you measured the angular height of it 100 miles away, how would you use that angular height to give you an actual height to the mountain? Like if you, once you knew your own elevation and once you knew your own elevation, that you could subtract then from, let's just say if your elevation was 3,000 feet above sea level, and you measure an angle of 2 point whatever degrees to the mountain's 100 miles away from you, then you know then that like the angular height of what you measure, when you transfer that into actual height based off of the measured distance between you and the mountain, that has to give you the remaining height of the mountain.
It has to have a...
That's the one. Yeah, but you can't do that with a tangent because if it's a tangent to a circle, or a sphere, whether it's going to be a sphere in this situation, then whatever you measure, right, is not only you're going to be dealing with drop due to Earth core, but you're also going to be dealing with divergent zeniths, which is going to make the situation, the angle, even more shallow. So that angle will never relate to the actual height of the mountain.
To put it another way, you can't do the trig unless you've got a horizontal distance measurement. You can't get the height off the surface unless the height is off the surface. Tangential to a ball isn't a height off a surface, and you can't acquire a horizontal distance. So the methodology for surveying completely fails if you deny the flat surface level used in the measurements. Now again, I'll say it one more time. These aren't my measurements. They're Earth measurements. It's how Earth gets measured. Flat. It's also their measurements. They also measure Earth flat. So I'm pretty sure that we spent, 1% of this show discussing how fugly Dave was? And 99% of the show discussing how flat Earth was. So if you're one of my commenters, feel free to focus in on the low-hanging fruit of how fugly Dave is and how incompetent he is when it comes to using a tripod to measure Earth flat with angles, because it's much easier to focus in on how fugly Dave is and how incompetent he is rather than the flat Earth measurements he made in a limited capacity prior to being outsmarted by a tripod. Like I say, we've spent a very limited amount of time talking about how fugly Dave is. Most of the show is focused on how Earth gets measured flat. But yeah, feel free.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Neil, then Brian.
They don't seem to comprehend once they say north, they're talking about a direction and that's flat. And they're not understanding that.
Can you see this on screen, lads and lasses? Yeah? Do you see how north, south, east and west are all directions on a flat circle? Like on a compass. Now, you can appeal to these flat earth only directions and start talking about how ball-shaped things aren't, if you choose to, when you deny the angle measurements off surface level. But the moment you say north, you're going to be describing a flat plane, because that's how directions work, without exception.
Well, east won't be 90 degrees azimuth from north if the Earth is a globe, will it? Or south. Do you know what I mean? If you know what I mean, like if you're trying to put a compass on a globe, there's certain things that just won't work because you're adding in a third dimension to a two-dimensional situation. What I was going to say a minute ago was for angular size change with distance to be used to determine an actual distance or an actual size, then mean sea level has to be a horizontal plane reference. Because for me to even know my elevation, I need it off of mean sea level. So if I'm at 3,000 feet elevation and I'm taking an angle to a mountain that is measured 100 miles away, now the angle I'm going to be using is going to have a straight baseline. Let's not even use the orientation of horizontal for a second. But have a straight baseline. So they go, oh, tangent, right? Okay. But that means then that my elevation, right, is not starting, right, in a line with the elevation of the mountain. So if I know that I'm 100 miles away from the mountain, right, which they are accepting as a straight line, right, measurement because miles are straight, right? If I know that and I know my elevation is 3,000 feet and a distance is 100 miles and my angle is 2.1 degrees, whatever, right? I cannot then use that angle to determine the actual height of the mountain.
Right,
within their paradigm.
Exactly.
Within what they're presenting. It can't be done.
Yeah, precisely. The moment they say tangential, well, then you're not measuring the height of the mountain off the surface. Because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to acquire height of the mountain off the surface. It's its elevation by way of elevation angle measurement. But if you say tangent, then you're tossing out the window its height off surface level. All right, you'd prefer it was height off the point tangential to a sphere out in space? Well, then you're not measuring Earth's surface. More accurately, you're not measuring your ball Earth surface. We are measuring heights of mountains off surface level, though, aren't we, Brian?
Yeah, because let's just say the mountain is 14,000 feet high. I'm measuring an angle to it from 100 miles away, and my elevation is 3,000 feet. Right? That's 14,000 feet above mean sea level and 3,000 feet above mean sea level. So whatever angle I get, right, that has to equate to 11,000 feet. Right? It has to. Because when I take that angle, right, it means that I must when I take that angle based off the distance must equate to 11,000 feet. Because if we know that is a straight off of sea level, straight up 90 degrees off of sea level, I don't know how you're going to have that on the sphere.
You can't.
Right? That's 14,000 feet high, and that I'm 3,000 feet 90 degrees straight up off of sea level, right? That I'm at 3,000 feet high. When I measure what the angle I measure has to equate to 11,000 feet. Because I'm going to remove that 3,000 feet from the full height of the mountain. So when I take that angle, because I know the measured distance, which is going to be a straight line, that they're even admitting to if you listen to what they're saying, then that means that I'll find out that the mountain is around about 14,000 feet. I have to. But in reality, this is what happens. This is what works. But what they're talking about is a situation where that could never work. Over distance, the bigger the distance, the more it would not work.
Yep. The second they start denying tangential planes, you're no longer measuring altitudes. It is that simple.
Yeah, but isn't their tangent just the surface?
No, not the surface of their ball. It's out in space.
Not their ball, but the surface of Earth.
Yeah,
the real Earth.
The plane we measure does give you heights off surface level for mountain when measuring. But they're saying, no, it's tangential. Because we require a planar surface to do trig, they'll say it's tangential to a ball. Well, then you can't get the height of the mountain off the surface if the base of the tangent plane isn't the surface. That is to say, there's a ball falling away from the surface. But then you're not getting your height off that surface, are you? In other words, you're not measuring the ball. You're just getting your height off a plane. And if that's to be described as the height being accurately measured, then the point that it starts from is the ground. It's an elevation measurement. Of course it's the ground. But they want that point to be out in space on a tangent. Well, that fails miserably, or more accurately to describe it, it's just not measuring their ball surface anymore.
Exactly. So they are measuring the surface, just not their ball surface.
Exactly.
The same with celestial navigation.
Yep.
Because it's the same thing. There's, right, whether you're using trigonometry and the right angle triangle in surveying, or you're using a right angle triangle in celestial navigation, but you're not using trigonometry, you're using the angular change in the sky, right? Using that method. Either way, at the end of that line, that straight line that you're going to make, that is going to have another straight line that's 90 degrees to it at its end, right? And another line coming to meet the top of that line that's 90 degrees. Whatever angle you measure, the line that's going to be a baseline, that has to be horizontal, and that horizontal has to be parallel, which mean sea level. So mean sea level has to be horizontal. Because directly below that 90-degree angle, directly below that is the GP of the celestial body or the mountain. It doesn't matter which process you're using. You're using a right angle triangle, and directly below the tip of the top of the mountain or the celestial body, where it be the sun or Atlas, its GP has to take place. GP stands for geographical position or ground position. The point being is that has to be directly below it for any of these processes to work. How are you going to take an angle off of the Earth that may be above the Earth sometimes, like from an airplane or something? How are you going to take this angle to this celestial body, and a GP be supposed to be directly straight below the celestial body? How are you going to do that if you're measuring off a tangent?
You can't.
You can't.
You can describe it tangential, but then the surface is the plane being described as the tangential plane. Well, then that's the surface. The ball's got nothing to do with it. And I'm going to round out this show on that note. So with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
So the globe. So you can't use it.
I understand what you're saying about tangential, but the moment that your surface is planar, to say tangential is non sequitur. It doesn't make sense.
As in the moment you're measuring off a planar surface.
Yeah,
or off of a straight line is what you're saying, isn't it?
I think he's saying once you say tangential, it's not the surface. It becomes silly.
Right.
Well, it does.
If you're measuring a planar surface, right, you got it labeled surface level, and it's a straight line, you can't say tangential and it make any sense. It's just like you're trying to force two ideas together that are contradictory.
Yep.
Well, you can't measure parallel to mean sea level in any way, even across your kitchen. Technically, it doesn't matter if you're measuring the angular height of a chair at the other side of your kitchen. The line you're using cannot be, in any way, shape, or form, cannot be parallel to mean sea level, because there is no parallel to mean sea level. If mean sea level was a curve, you can't have a parallel to it. None of it works. Geometrically, it all completely fails.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Geometrically, when the moment that you utilize a planar surface, whether it be a fixed mount or just a ray, the moment it's planar, it cannot be tangential.
It's the word surface.
Exactly.
It's the surface bit that gives it away. If you say, I'm going to measure the planar surface and then add the word tangential to it, it becomes oxymoronic. If it's tangential, if you're going to describe any surface, you've only got a single point of that tangential plane touching the surface. But you're measuring the surface. So it can't be tangential or it isn't a surface.
Well, how do you expect them to get their flat surface? They have to use that. They're on a ball, Nathan. They got to say tangential.
See, they try to, and like, you can't say that it's stupidity with all of them, because there's not. They know that they're taking, let's just say I'm using it, making a horizontal with a theodolite. I'm 100 miles away from, I'll use the same example, from a mountain. And my elevation is 3,000 feet. The fact that my straight line horizontal is not on sea level, right, or mean sea level, at mean sea level, the fact that it's above that, right, they're taking that thing that has to be parallel to mean sea level, which means that mean sea level must be horizontal, because that line I'm going to use is horizontal. They're taking that and they're trying to gaslight people and gaslight themselves often into believing that that line is tangent to a sphere, at which point the measurement you're making makes no sense to make. You know what I mean? It makes no sense to make that measurement then.
Correct, because they're not acquiring altitude anymore. Because it's not altitude off their ball, which is the inference when they use the word tangent. So it's like, well, why are you making the measurement then? It's an altitude measurement. You need it to be off the surface.
Is there any process of the measurement of angular size where the greater the distance, the greater the error is, ball error, that you must then add in? Do you know what I mean? It's like, how do you determine? Like, the point is I'm making is that would mean that the error would be way more after 50 miles than 1 mile, and way more than that again after 100 miles, because it would be, you'd be dealing with a square situation, wouldn't you? Because you're dealing with the surface of a sphere.
See, I don't even know, because it can't work, because how we see is linked with height. Is what we see. The entire way that reality is configured, it just doesn't work to think it's on a sphere.
That's what I've been saying for the longest time.
Well, even if we just go down to the basics, and to make videos I made on this, I had to give them this briefly just to show them how ridiculous it is. But they wouldn't even, the angular size would mean nothing within their paradigm, because they don't have perspective. It's omitted completely. It's hijacked, basically, totally, but completely omitted from their occult mass after hijacking, because they can't add it.
Adam disagreed with that. Did you hear Adam disagree? Are you even there?
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. But
Shell.
The point being is that you can't have your angle, the angular, this is the reason, right? When I point out that 100 miles away that mountain is not only going to have a certain drop over Earth curves, right? But it's also going to have a diverging zenith issue, as my zenith as the surveyor and the zenith of the mountain 100 miles away are going to be so divergent from each other. That's also going to affect the angle that I would measure. So the angle I measure is completely pointless, because I am not parallel to the surface, because the surface is a curve, right? And I'm dealing with divergent zeniths, so that means I'm not even dealing with two parallel straight lines with a straight line between them. I'm dealing with a straight line and a straight line, and even when I get to the mountain, I can't even have another straight line, because I have to become part of basically I end up using a scalene triangle, not a right angle triangle. That's how ridiculous it is in some ways. If you look at it orthographically, the whole process cannot be done on a sphere.
It never is in a sphere. It's never on a sphere, and it's the planes are of this diverging zenith, they're all perpendicular to a plane. One zenith is perpendicular to a plane, and the other divergent zenith is perpendicular to a plane. And they say that in this amount of degrees, they diverge from the center of the sphere. I mean, it's their rhetoric. They can't.
Yeah, you can't. So the two planes do not match, are not in alignment with each other. So they can make a 90 degrees to two tangents at 100 miles distance, right, with an arc between them. But you can't use that for an angular size measurement of a mountain. There is nothing in angular size, where the measurement of angular size, where they add in a correction for globe over distance. That doesn't exist.
That's
But-
you
but-
can't. You can't. It's paradoxical to suggest that you correct something that fundamentally requires being flat and straight to be an angle. You can't paradoxically say, well, you've neglected to bend it. You're like, no. That doesn't work. That's just stupid.
You want to say something, John?
Well, I was going to say the plane in their description of the celestial sphere is not tangential. It's not touching at one point. It's the center of the sphere. Not touching it's moving out and slicing the sphere in half, but that's not a tangent plane in their description.
And that, sorry, Nathan.
No, just saying it's their surface.
Well, John's point is that their tangent that they're claiming has to be parallel to their equatorial plane, right? But the equatorial plane then for them that would mean that the equatorial plane for a person standing taking the measurement and the equatorial plane for the person at the mountain are going to be two equatorial planes in two completely different orientations, right? Right? That's how ridiculous it is. But when it's in reality, go on, John. You want to say after that, or correct me on what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying that you can't get the tangent plane on the sphere ever. That doesn't make sense. But the plane that they believe they're using is the equatorial inside the sphere.
Right.
So it's not tangential.
Well, for celestial navigation and astronomy, yes, 100%. But for surveying, no, because when they're surveying, they're not. The point I'm making is they're not referring to the equatorial plane in any way, shape, or form when they're surveying. Because they're not referring to the celestial bodies. So that means they're not referring to the claimed celestial dome or celestial sphere. They're referring only to Earth. So there is the equatorial plane doesn't even come into it.
Right. They're only dealing with the plane then.
Purely dealing with the surface, yeah.
That's a
Means
better
sea
word,
level.
surface.
So they never go. The point is, they're never parallel to anything other than mean sea level. Like, if I'm going to take the angular size of something a mile away, and then I take the angular size of something 50 miles away, then I should have, within the paradigm they're talking about, there has to be a correction that I make for both of those. And that correction can't be the same for both of those because we're talking about a drop over distance over an arc and with a tangent above it within what they're claiming. So none of this can be done because that correction doesn't exist. What exists is angular size change by over distance. That's what exists. There is no correction for over distance, right? To correct for a globe doesn't exist. So when I take the measurement of Mount Everest from Kathmandu Valley, and I'm 3,000 feet or whatever it is Kathmandu Valley is above sea level, right? When I take that measurement, the angle to the top of Mount Everest that I get, right, that angle will be, right, will equate to the remaining height of Mount Everest above my elevation. It won't be, I take an angle, then I do a lot of globe mathematics, and then I somehow calculate a height if you know what I mean, I can't use the system. It can't be used. The system of angular size change and determining your distance from an object because you know its height, or its height because you know your distance between it, that process cannot be, basically, if the Earth was a globe, that process wouldn't exist. That process can only exist because the Earth is flat.
There you go. I was waiting for you to get to that.
It's only flat earthers claiming height off a sphere. What the heck? Come on now. We know how this goes.
They're pretty much screwed. Just listening, they're screwed. 1,000 ways from Sunday. They got nowhere to go.
Well, what they've got left is trying to gaslight people into believing what they've gaslit themselves into promoting, basically. Because you've got to gaslight yourself. If you really and truly believe it's a globe, right, that means you've got to gaslight yourself. But you've then got to gaslight other people in the same way you've gaslit yourself. You know, when you're trying to describe an elevation angle off a tangent, you've got to gaslight yourself first. Or the process, it's either, the options are this: you either are after gaslighting yourself, or you're an outright liar who knows that none of it is real.
Well, no, all you have to do is convince yourself that if I can't calculate the height of a star, then the Earth is not flat. Because if it were, I could calculate the height of a star.
Yeah, if I pre-assume the star has got a consistent geometric location, I can do this. If you know what I mean, if once I straw man the situation and bring non-reality into it, I can then make a straw man argument against the Earth is flat while using an elevation angle.
Yes.
So even for their straw man creation, they require the Earth to be flat first to
That's
even
correct.
create the straw man.
That's correct. They're saying, notwithstanding that Earth is measured flat with elevation angles, how do you get the height of the star, flat earther? Because if you don't, Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, because they've got to bring their own cosmology into it, or their own paradigm into it, where the star is something that is either made, or star or object in the sky is either made of something like rock, or it's some kind of plasma ball or whatever rubbish, right? In a vacuum. And then, but you have to start off with the measurement from a flat Earth. And after they make the measurement, they then pre-assume it's to a plasma ball or a piece of rock in the sky, right? And then when you point out that when you go higher, the measurement from that same point, the measurement stays the same, right? They somehow think that they've got a gotcha just because you're pointing out that the celestial bodies. I mean, it's so bad that their straw man not only has to start with a flat Earth and end with a flat Earth, but in between they have then got to pretend that they've then got to completely remove reality in between, and give a composition to the celestial body, because they've got to pre-assume that celestial body is made of X, Y, or Z, and who is a consistent geometric location in the sky. That's what they've got to do. Now, that's not the case. Funny.
This freaking guy, you're saying they're gaslighting? They're resorting to worse things than that. I just realized this now, because I don't read any more messages. This freaking guy, Bucks on Buster, he said, ready to go to Earth Awakenings with me, and we can debate whether verticals can exist on the surface of a sphere. If you do not respond, it will just mean you know you were wrong. And without Nathan and his mute button, you know you will be embarrassed. Right? I don't know where he's getting this from. So then he says, oh, well, you didn't show up. I was there in an hour. At the end, I let everyone there know that I was waiting for anyone from Nathan's posses to show up and debate me on the Earth is measured flat. But they were all too scared to do so. Listen, even the flat earthers there mocked you for the silly claim that Earth is measured flat. Now, this is something that this guy derived in his own head, that we were going to meet him at Earth Awakenings. But this is what they resort to: character assassination.
The
but it's not
measurements
that.
of Earth, hold on a sec. The measurements of Earth being planar are not contentious.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm going to say. It's like what he wants to debate one of us with, right? He wants one of us to go over to this server, right, and debate whether verticals can diverge. Right? And then we, like, shock and horror, surprisingly, nobody's interested in doing that because it's a complete waste of time, right? Because it's axiomatic that all verticals must be parallel to each other, right? For that orientation to be used. We don't do what he's. We don't get involved in his crazy stupidity, and suddenly we're running away from him. It's such baller nonsense. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm not spending 2 hours trying to explain to you how you're walking outside of an axiomatic principle.
Exactly.
It's easy. It's easy. Like, is vertical with respect to horizontal
Yes.
or curve?
Horizontal is with respect to vertical and vice versa. Has nothing to do with curve.
Right. So that's done and dusted. No diverging zeniths.
Yeah, right. But to go on there and say that, oh, I'm here, I just joined here because I'm waiting for somebody from Nathan's. They're supposed to meet me here to debate this nonsense, and nobody shows up, and he claims victory and says we're scared, and everybody else. I'd like to get that video to hear who was mocking us on Earth Awakenings about saying the Earth is measured flat, because you're a fool, because it is.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? He's after making up this thing in his head. They come up with the ballers do this. I only had it happen early this morning. A baller coming up with some kind of a scheme or a plan that he's somehow roping me into without me, right? So no, I'm supposed to get involved in this scheme or plan that he's got going on, and if I don't, I'm a liar. Something, a scheme and plan means nothing to me. I have no interest in wasting my time with it. And if I don't get involved in it, I'm a liar.
Brian, if I go outside Jennifer Aniston's apartment and yell for like 10 minutes about how if she don't meet me at the motel in 2 hours, then it's the same as if we slept together, does that mean that later on she'll have to sleep with me because
She will, unless she's a coward.
And he's going to these amazing like lengths and drawing pictures of a chicken and putting my name and Nathan's there with an arrow next to it. This is causing him serious pain. That's the only thing I can think of.
We need to straighten something out here for Buck. There is 2 ways to debate Nathan or me or any of the lads. One way is to just join the show, right? The other way is to pay us. My fee is €5,000 for 2 hours of the debate, or €3,000 for 1 hour of debate that's paid 4 days before the debate. That's my fee. You can debate me for free in Nathan's here, or Nathan for free here, or whatever, right? Or you can pay to debate me. I am not wasting my time, and I think I can speak for other people here, right? But we're not going to waste our time, right? Spending 2 hours of our life that we could be doing. We could be talking to each other during that time. I'm not going to spend 2 hours of my life arguing about an axiomatic principle with you. I'm not going to do that. You must pay me my fee.
Oh, he flipped it. See, he flipped it around. He said he wants to get paid. Here's the problem. Did you hear what Brian said? If you want to debate us, we're telling you there is no debate. So you demanding $5,000 for us to debate? There is no debate. We're not after you.
Hang on a second. Let me just rephrase that in light of John's example. Jennifer Aniston needs to pay me to sleep with her. What's that? She doesn't know who I am or care about me? Oh, right, I see. But I've been hassling her for ages. She surely knows my name. I hassle her all day long in her chat. So she should pay me.
Yeah, it's like it's even more bizarre. Like it's like they don't get it. How many times have we have to correct these people? But I don't care about what you want, right? I'm only interested in what I want. I'm only interested in my time. So if you want to have a debate about an axiomatic principle, if you want to spend 2 hours doing that, then you've got to pay. If it's with me, for instance, just an example, because I can't speak for other people, it's going to cost you €5,000 for my time. Paid 4 days before the debate, and right, because you're taking up my time. I don't care what you want. Your wants and needs mean nothing to me. I have no interest in debating you unless I'm getting paid. I'm certainly not paying you, so I can have the debate with you that you want to have. How stupid are you?
These people are idiots.
I knew.
He's telling the world how he wants to debate us. None of us are hanging around going, I really want to debate Buck Sodbuster. None of us are saying that. But in his stupid mind, we should be paying him. You're like, you're delusional.
Yeah. It's crazy. How many I don't know how many. It must have come across this. Like, I don't know how many times at this stage, Nathan. It's like, what was it? One of them threw in? I don't know who it was. Well, my fee is, they said it to me, my fee is €5,000 also, but I'm willing to waive, but I'll waiver it this time if you waiver your fee. It's like, you're not getting this. I have no want to debate you. You want to debate me. I'm saying, okay, pay me. Right? And you're not understanding that simple concept.
Hold on.
This doesn't, go on, John.
I got this, bro. I got this. If I start a clock, right, with a timer on it, and put the time until Jennifer Aniston sleeps with me, she'll be forced to sleep with me, right?
It's red rhetoric.
I was just going to say, didn't Reds do that?
Yeah. So I never mentioned red rhetoric because I couldn't give a shit about him. I know Earth's measured flat and can example it with people like Al Baruni. What use is red rhetoric when I've got Al Baruni? Yeah, not much. But meanwhile, he's got a literal timer for the amount of time he's wanted to debate me when I've got an open panel that he can join at any time. And he wants to call me a coward? I don't care if you want to debate me, friend. You can if you want to. What's that? You want me to want to debate you? Who are you again? What's your name? Red Rhetoric? Isn't that some made-up silly name that you've given yourself? I'm pretty sure it is. No, I don't care about you. I couldn't give a crap if you want to debate me. You can. There's an open door. Oh, right. It's unfair on you. It doesn't meet your standards that I don't care about. I couldn't give a crap.
This is great. I just seen this. This is from September 20th. Buck Sodbuster. I challenged Nathan again today to meet me on Earth Awakenings. Guess what? He did not show up.
Yeah, see, this is the thing.
Nathan to a freaking debate. He's got a door here.
See, this guy who runs a live show daily with an open door to debate. I've told him to come and debate me elsewhere, and he hasn't. I really? How very brave of you. What's that? It's a not fair platform. You don't have to join. Nobody's twisting your arm or care if you do. Nobody's begging you to come here, are they? But what's that? We should come to you. No, we're good, thanks. But thanks for the offer. No, thanks. Who are you? What's your name? You won't even give us your real name. But you think you're some superstar that deserves paying? Muppet. Delusional much?
Hey, don't call it delusional. I'm trying to get Jennifer Aniston over here.
And here's the thing. The only reason we're talking about you is because you keep sending us messages and joining the chat. Otherwise, we would never even mention your name.
How many times have you been to Buck Sodbuster's live show? Oh,
Never.
He doesn't have one. Right. I wonder why he's pestering us.
Well, I just wanted to know, Nathan, that earlier on this morning, I made the video on the beach about how you didn't turn up for that race on the beach. You avoided it. You were our coward. And I'm going to be posting that video later. The race on the beach that you had no interest in and didn't care about, that only I wanted to have. Yeah.
Did Flatsy show up?
Hold up. But that means, Brian, hold on. That means you won, Brian, because he forfeit. Because he didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Looky here. He's going after Brian. Oh, shoot.
I write software for flight guidance, but I can't make sense of pitch data. This is one of the best lines I fed Brian. This was way over my head. You guys are so good at fallacies. I tried to study them. Too complicated. Trust me, playing Brian's ego was not a difficult task. And he laughs. So
He
he's
didn't know
claiming
how to
that.
read it.
So nobody
He's
asked.
claiming
Sorry,
that,
nobody asked Buck
he
for
was
his resume
playing dumb.
statement, though, did they? So hands up who asked Buck for his resume.
No one.
So, but he's under the impression we all care about his resume.
Oh yeah, he supposedly writes software for for the aviation industry, and that software involves the globe and so that or something. I don't know, but I remember Buck not being able to make head nor tails of the flight data.
Hold on a minute. Jennifer Aniston has not wrote me a single time or acknowledged my existence. What are you trying to say, Nathan? That she doesn't.
Wait a second. You're saying, Brian, he's going to come after you hard now. You just stated that he couldn't make heads or tails. This guy writes freaking software for the NTSB or whoever. What do you mean?
Yeah, some guy called Buck Sodbuster, right, writes software for the aviation industry. Yet the same guy couldn't make head nor tails of basic flight data. I explained it out to him, like it was all a ruse. So let's just say it was all a ruse, Nick. Let's just say he understood it all along. That means he understood he was giving us the measurements of a flat Earth, number one. Number two, it also means that he was lying. So is Buck Sodbuster admitting to being being dishonest and lying to me, lying to Brian's logic? Because if that's the case, then he's a liar. Who knew he was giving flat Earth measurements? What a genius.
Don't do that, man, because it sounds like Jennifer Aniston can really make fun of me if I keep on with this the way you're doing this.
It's making the whole situation with Jennifer Aniston worse.
He is. I thought I had something, and now he's making me kind of rethink my whole life.
Well, according to Buck Sodbuster, when he gave me the flight data, he 100%, 100 million% understood that he was giving me absolute ball-destroying flat Earth measurements. Right? And he knew this, but he pretended he didn't know it. So that means he was dishonest and he knew he was giving me flat Earth evidence. That can't be disputed. Destroying the globe. Right? So not only did he give me flat Earth evidence that can't be disputed and destroys the globe, right? Not only is that not good enough to have no reason to debate the guy, right? The very data he gave me requires parallel verticals, right? But he also was dishonest. So that's another reason not to debate him. So he's taken away the reason to actually debate him by giving me the flight data because there's nothing to debate then. There's the evidence, right? But then he's also shown that he's been dishonest. There's a second reason not to debate him because he could say anything during the debate. You could ask him any question and he could pretend he knows something or not know it during the debate.
Is this sort of like when Jennifer Aniston gave me the restraining order and I've ignored it because I know that she didn't mean it?
Means she really loves you. She acknowledged you with why else would she acknowledge you with a restraining order unless she actually loved you and desired you?
Obviously. Yeah, obviously.
You know what? Is it time maybe for online restraining orders? Because I tell you, but some of the people I deal with, a restraining order in some ways, I had to remove Buck off my channel because he was lying. Now he's saying today that he's admitting in his messages in the live stream or to Neil, he's admitting that he's a liar anyway. But he was lying to me on my channel, so I had to remove him. And even though he was lying,
he's claiming he played you, but here's the thing. I've noticed that.
Well, that's called being dishonest.
Exactly. So the reason why this is happening with Earth Awakenings, I just realized it now because I'm looking at the times. When I went to Earth Awakenings and I seen his icon there, Then later it says that he's going to Earth Awakenings and he's going to wait for us there to debate what's undebatable, right? So he's saying that because I busted his ass at Earth Awakenings when he said he doesn't do things like that. Has he ever joined this live show at all once? Even to say, yo, what's up? I'm the buck guy that gave you the pitch data. I've never even heard his voice.
I think I talked to the guy like myself personally. I mean, like this thing that got played, to play someone as using that vernacular means you have to deceive them.
Correct.
Right? So he's admitting to using deception. He's admitting to having deceived me. So,
Hey, I do.
why not?
That means I have a chance with Jennifer Aniston then, because if he's like, I'm just saying, this may work. They may be onto something.
Oh, boy.
They're delusional people. Imagine what you must do to gaslight yourself into believing that verticals can diverge from each other. And then to want to argue with people online you're talking the average debate is going to go for being an hour and 2 hours, right? You're talking 2 hours. To want to argue with people that after you've given those people absolute outright evidence that verticals do not diverge.
Well, here's the
Not that it
thing.
needed to be evidenced, but you did give that.
Well, here's the thing. They were so used to it happening like that. Now they can't handle it anymore. When we just end the argument and it's over and it's done, bye-bye, that's driving them insane. We used to argue about these things all the time. Why now are you stopping? Oh, because we've come to the understanding that the whole time it was measured flat. We were just whistling past it. And now that's it. It's over.
Well, in this situation, what's after happening is the person who's looking for a debate has made his argument invalid and made him irrelevant. Do you know what I mean? He's looking for relevance. They're all looking to be relevant. But what he gave us, being the pitch data, the flight data, not just the pitch data, but all of the flight data, makes his position untenable and makes him, as an opponent, irrelevant because there can't be a debate.
Yeah, he's scrambling now. He's scrambling. I said that. You're right, Brian. He gave up the goods and now he's scrambling.
Well, if you're arguing that 2 and 2 makes 4, and your opponent is arguing that 2 and 2 makes 3, right? And how they prove this is they give you 4 ones, and you both add them up together, right? That means it's solved. There is no more debate on whether 2 and 2 makes 4 or 2 and 2 makes 3. It's been proven. 2 and 2 makes 4. So why would you then want to keep debating with the person or want to have a debate with the person after that point? Why would you want to do it? Makes no sense. Unless you're getting paid a lot of money, then okay, there's something in it for you. It'll be 2 hours of your time wasted, but you'll get 5,000 euros.
Jennifer Aniston could get a lot more than that. You know what I'm saying?
And she's proven that 4 ones equal 4.
Yeah, well, she's only a coward, John, because you've offered her the chances were to have a date with you. You've offered her this, and you turned up at that restaurant, and she never turned up. Right? So she's a coward. That's what she is. You win.
Yeah, I got absolute evidence that she wants to see me. I mean, I have this restraining order right here in front of me. I'm looking at it. Why would she give me a restraining order if she didn't want to be with me?
Can we bring it into any more ridiculous? You know what I mean? Look at what this guy Buck is doing. Now, he's not the only one. There are loads of them now. They're losing sleep, right? They're probably aging fast, losing hair, who knows, right? Stress issues, all this over this topic, over us. Now, I have stresses in my life and things that bother me, but this is not one of them. I'm sitting pretty. Do you know what I mean? They try and relay their stress onto us constantly, every day. Take my stress. Take my stress. Take my stress. Be stressed out about this thing like me. why are you going to be stressed out about it? Why would I be stressed out about it? Whatever argument that was perceived to be there is over, solved. I'm not stressed out about it. I've never been stressed out about this topic, to be honest with you. Never. Right? The only stress I ever experienced was the stress they were trying to put onto me. But as far as the topic goes, there was no stress because I was always, it's flat.
Well, Brian, there was a homeless guy that went by me the other day saying that 2 + 2 = 1,000. And I could not sleep. I couldn't eat. I had to follow him around and demand he debate me in a public forum over 2 + 2 = 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, ever since that was probably last Thursday, John, wasn't it? Now, I mean, you might have got maybe 4 hours sleep a night since then. Your stomach is in the knot. You've aged a little. You're drinking more, all because this guy was saying 2 + 2 = 1,000. No, none of that happened. None of that happened. Because you know that guy is it's just crazy. Because 2 and 2 doesn't equal 1,000, it equals 4. End off. So you're not stressed out by any of this, even remotely. Now, maybe that crazy guy is stressed out because he wants to argue that 2 + 2 does equal 10. But that's not to do with you.
That would make more sense, just to be serious for a minute. The crazy guy hears me say 2 + 2 = 4. He believes it equals 1,000. So he acts like a lunatic, doesn't sleep, doesn't eat, follows me around demanding that I debate him in a quote unquote fair arena. That sounds about right, doesn't it?
Costco car park.
Yeah,
Not Costco Park.
It's a fair arena.
It's not Costco car park. It's behind the bike sheds. I've told Nathan to meet me behind the bike sheds, and he's too cowardice to come. All right, where you've got a nice little snake pit and lots of other friends with knives? You'd rather I went there? No, I'm good. I'm over here. You can come if you want. All right, it wouldn't be advantageous to you for me to not be surrounded by men with knives. I see. No, I'm all right. I can come and be surrounded by men with knives. You just have to pay me. No worries. I'm really poor. So if you want to incentivize me debating you, just pay me. Get in touch. I'll negotiate a fee with you. It won't be very high. It won't be $1,500 or whatever Brian's charging. I mean, I've debated on other people's platforms for a couple of $100, a couple of $100. It's not very much money, but they don't want to pay. So piss off if you don't want to pay. I don't want to come. What's that? You do want to pay? Well, then pay me and I'll come. No worries. It's that simple. Call me a coward all day long. I'll just say, no, I've already agreed. I will debate you. You just have to pay me.
Yeah, Nathan's way cheaper than me. Go on, John.
If that homeless guy came up to me and said he would pay me to debate 2 + 2 doesn't equal 1,000, I'd probably take that money and laugh the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. No worries. I'll take your money and then come on wherever you want. Doesn't have to be Earth Awakenings. And you can spend, a couple of hours telling me I don't understand how reciprocating zenith angles. You can tell me that. You can do that. I don't care. Fine, no worries. If it helps me pay my bills, then obviously I'll be your whore for a couple of hours. No problem.
Yeah, Nathan's got a lot more subs than me. Nathan's much more important than me, much more well-known than me, and he's much cheaper. So technically, Nathan's a much better bet. If you're going to go for one of us, logically it would be Nathan.
No.
I'm much more expensive.
I know what I'm going to do. I figured it out just now. I'm going to go to Gem Pandas and announce to them right now that I'm waiting for Buck Sodbuster to meet me there and debate me over the nature of reality. And
what are you going to do that?
And if he don't show up, then he's a chicken. That's all. He don't know about it, but I'm going to go there and announce it anyway.
Well, no, because they just tell him and he will turn up there. But that is where he wants to have some bullshit debate with you about a topic it's not debatable, an objective topic. And that's where you will get muted and the day you will get, unfair treatment. It's going to be at least a neutral outcome platform. That's what it's going to be. Because, the politics server and the Earth Awakenings, they're going to end up being in neutral outcome platforms up to a point if there's enough ballers in there.
You call it politics?
Yeah, it's a politics, all right.
I've just realised something. Talking about getting paid and being a coward. So, Danny Falkner's got a supporter who's paid him not just a little bit of money, tens of thousands of dollars. And that guy is telling Danny Falkner to debate me. And Danny Falkner's refusing. So even with payment, Danny doesn't want to debate me. Those are the facts.
Yeah, I told you why. You didn't want to listen to me when I told you.
Because Danny's got a lot more to lose than just a few $1,000s.
Yeah,
he claims Nathan is nasty and he doesn't want to be subject to that treatment. Meanwhile, he was treated like a gentleman when he was here, and Nathan sat me down and told me to shut up and had the one-on-one with you where it was pulling teeth, but yet he's going to claim that he doesn't want to be subject to that treatment. Okay.
What treatment? Like I say, like you say, Danny's had nothing but exemplary treatment here, hasn't he? And he's getting paid, and he still doesn't want to do it. Well, what does that say? Me, I'm saying a couple of $100 yeah, anyone, anywhere, no worries.
Yeah, but
Maybe
the treatment
you
he's
should
talking
repost
about.
that.
Just one at a time.
I'm sorry. Repost that exchange that him and I had because it was extremely polite. You know, it was to the point. I mean, he said some crazy things in it, but you know what I mean? Like,
that's a good idea. You should repost that. That's a good idea. And even with Adam, it was very polite. There was nobody calling him any names. Nathan made way for him, sat down the panel one at a time, gave him ample time to speak. And now he's going to claim that he doesn't want to be subject to the treatment that he treats others with. Well, you didn't receive that treatment, Danny.
Can I just say something on that treatment? That's what the point I was trying to make a minute ago. That treatment only comes after there's been a lack of concession or dishonesty, which the lack of concession actually is. When you're unwilling to concede, it means you're being dishonest. When there's a lack of concession on a point, or someone is creating a straw man or something like that, when there's bad behavior taking place, that's when, let's just say, Nathan's behavior would become bad. Because if someone is conciliatory, Nathan is conciliatory. That's what been my experience listening to Nathan.
That's a good point, Brian.
Right. If he's having a debate, now, some days he can be tired and some days, like, he can fly off the handle a bit with people, but that's not when it's a structured sitting down to have a debate situation, one-on-one, right? It's like, that's just like when there's someone coming in talking rubbish. And sometimes Nathan, I have to say, sometimes he doesn't listen enough, and sometimes, the person, gets it in the neck, maybe prior to when they would have, if Nathan was more relaxed, but they still would have got it in the neck because they were being dishonest. The point being is that once Danny is not dishonest, and he's willing to concede on things that he's wrong about, and all that kind of stuff, then he's not, there's no reason for Nathan's blood to start boiling. His blood pressure doesn't have to go up because he's not dealing with dishonesty. So is Danny worried that, because this is how I read it, I won't get to be a very, very cordial, dishonest person in Nathan's? Because that's what he's, if I'm debating Nathan, I won't get to be a very cordial, dishonest person, which Danny is.
Well,
he's an absolute gentleman who's pissing down your back. That, you know what I mean?
Well, he was saying some stuff like the model that we use in particle physics wasn't based on measurement. That come out of his mouth while he was talking to me. I got him to say all sorts of crazy stuff if you go back and listen.
I don't know if this is the one. I'm just going to play this just to see if it is actually the clip with you. If you'd like to support the channel on social media,
that makes the claim that they do know the distance. Eratosthenes' account, he pre-assumed.
I'll keep looking.
No, that's 10 minutes there. Yeah, look, Nathan, the fact that Danny Falkner doesn't want to debate you, even though he's the one getting paid, that speaks volumes. Like, it will be the same for Brian Cox or anything. Because what have they got? Fox Sodbuster. Does anyone in the world, right? Now, I'm not trying to put him down, so no offense, Spock. But if you lost in a debate, Nathan, nobody's going to care if you do badly. It's not going to reflect upon your career, upon your persona out in the world, because your name is Buck Sodbuster, which is not your christened name. Danny Faulkner, Brian Cox, people like that, they are known people who have big followings, and their name and everything, their persona, their credentials are all out there. So they're somebody, no offense, Buck, but they're somebody who would be, some people would turn to for information, blah, 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 right? So them losing against Nathan looks really bad for them because it affects their base.
I got it. Okay, I'm just going to preface this by saying this discussion was heavily edited. It was 3 times the length as it's been edited down to, because I had to edit out endless protracted silences.
We do an introduction to these videos, but in the case of Danny Faulkner versus refracted curvature, this video started off as being 28 minutes long, and I've edited it down to about almost half that because of massive protracted silences in between each response and question. So, for your enjoyment, this is refracted curvature versus Dr. Danny Faulkner.
Danny Falkner, good afternoon. Would you like to say hello?
I'm just listening.
Mr. Falkner, would you say it's fair to say that this discussion should solely be about measurement when you're talking about the shape of something?
I just dropped in a minute or so ago, so I don't know what you've been talking about.
If you're going to discuss the shape of Earth, it should only be about measurement. Now, just to be for clarity, if you're going to talk about the nature of reality, you have to bring in other aspects like science and things of that nature. But as far as shape goes, measurement kind of dictates that. Do you agree to that statement?
No.
I'm sorry, my daughter hit the button. Danny, did you say that you disagree that measurement dictates shape?
Yes.
Could you expand upon that, please?
Shape can be determined by a qualitative assessment. Something can look, and you can look at it and get a sense of what shape it has. Measurement.
I can, but I've just stepped away to make a coffee, actually. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were just not pausing it.
Well, I was subtly using it as that opportunity, but you go ahead, Brian.
I'm saying, okay. I don't need to ask you to pause it again. He said, when John asked him, do you agree that to determine the shape or aspect of the physical Earth we dwell upon, then that has to be done with measurement? That was the basics of what John asked him, right? And Danny said no. That means Danny said that Danny is stating that the use of geometric measurement will not determine the shape or aspect of the Earth we dwell upon. That ended there. Technically, that was the end of that there.
Even better than that.
But Danny said it's incorrect.
Even better than that. Think about it. What if you take what he said as just strictly gold? How do we observe the Earth?
I don't know what you mean. Explain what you mean. How do we observe the Earth?
Not spherical.
Right, we observe it as a flat plane. That's before we even do measurement. We just observe it to be flat.
Yeah.
Am I okay to play out the rest of this?
Sorry.
I'm just asking. Let me know when I can, because I'm going to step away for at least a couple of minutes once I start playing.
Just a second. Right. I just want to clarify. The debate ended right there, because Danny said no to geometric measurements, giving us the answer to the shape or aspect of the Earth. That ended there. debate over there. Technically, John, if you were less hungry, you would have said, okay, thank you, Danny. That's the end of that. End of the debate. Thanks.
Yeah, it's like going to the market. You go to your market and you go, right, I just want to buy these potatoes. Is the weight of the potatoes, once measured, going to dictate how much they cost? Answer from shopkeeper: no. I don't think I'm going to be buying potatoes from you. See you later.
But it's even worse than that. Do you know what I mean? Because there's actually a measurement going to take place, even though it doesn't make any. No, it's that it ended there and then. That one question, when Danny said no, that was the end of the debate. John won outright at that point. Anyway, thanks.
Yeah. If anybody else got anything,
that's why I got so excited and I wanted to lead him further. I mean, every question I asked him, he put his foot so far down his throat, it wasn't even funny.
Right, we're only a minute and a half in, and a minute of that was me saying that there's lots of edited out silences, but I will give it a bit more.
It only give you ideas of dimensions of the object.
Absolutely. But to transmit the information of that qualitative assessment, you need measurement, don't you?
No.
Then how will you describe something without it?
I know the shape of the top of my kitchen table at home, but I couldn't tell you what the dimensions are.
I agree 100%. Yes, you can. But if you're going to talk about the top of the table and how flat or bumpy it is, you would need measurement, right?
Then you would be quantifying something. I was referring just to the general shape, though. The table can be square, top can be square, it can be rectangular, it can be circular, it can be oval. In fact, I have 3 kitchen tables in my house. One is rectangular top, one's a circular top, and one is an oval top.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that you can't see all of Earth while you're standing on the Earth. How else will you communicate the information then if you can't see the entirety of it?
Measurements giving you a quantitative result is one way to do it, but it's not the only way to do it.
But with the Earth, how else would you do it since you can't see the entire thing to give the description of it?
You're not going to like my answer.
Let him speak. He's a PhD. Give him that. Mr. Falkner, would you tell me what answer I wouldn't like to hear? I actually do want to hear it.
The shadow of an eclipse of the moon is always circular. Again, you're not going to accept that answer, but that is a very qualitative assessment.
Okay, yeah, I like that one. That's a good one, right? Because we're going to apply our understanding of the celestial sphere to derive the angles to put the Earth between the sun and the moon to get a shadow, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how the celestial sphere was created?
Yes.
Would you agree that it is observation and measurement created the celestial sphere?
Not so much measurement as it is just what we observe in the sky.
We don't observe below the horizon because that is the demarcation point. So we're going to apply measurement at some point, correct, to get the rest of the celestial sphere, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, measurements can be used, but the qualitative assessment is that the sky that we do see above the horizon appears to be a hemisphere, and objects obviously rise and set, and so the implication is that objects pass below that horizon, giving you the other hemisphere below you.
I'm trying to figure out if I actually disagree with you up to this point. I don't know if I do. I do know that the celestial sphere, it has a celestial refraction applied at a certain point above the horizon. So we have to be talking about measurement at some point with the celestial sphere. You realize that, right?
Sorry, I stepped out of the office for a moment. What would you repeat that?
We apply celestial refraction to the sky, I think at 20 degrees above the horizon, to create or to conform what we see to the celestial sphere through what we call celestial refraction. So there has to be measurement at some point. You don't accept that?
We certainly can quantify these things. However, celestial atmospheric refraction is minimal. It's about a half degree at the astronomical horizon. And when you mentioned 20 degrees, by the time you get up to 20 degrees, it's extremely small, much too small for the eye to actually see.
Right, but it is a variant that is applied up to a certain degree, at which point it is no longer necessary to make what we observe conform to the celestial sphere.
Again, atmospheric refraction is minimal. It was not really considered until fairly recent times. The celestial sphere is a concept that goes back more than 2,000 years. And I don't believe refraction was considered at all until well after the telescope was invented less than 400 years ago.
Could you please repeat that? I apologize.
That's fine. I said that atmospheric refraction has only been considered for maybe 300 years, if that long. The celestial sphere goes back about 2,000 years before that. So it's not necessary to consider atmospheric refraction when developing the model, if you will, of the celestial sphere.
Oh, no, I agree. With the refraction, I don't know if I would call it terrestrial refraction, but I will say that the way refraction is applied is not applied the same way now as it was 2,000 years ago when it was first created. I agree to that.
Let me know when you're back, Dave.
You're saying that
I've been here the whole time. I only went for 2 minutes.
All right, well, would you mind me commenting on this then?
Yeah, you go ahead.
When he brought up eclipses, that was the red herring. He moved away as far as possible away from measurements. And I know you tried to bring him back to the measurements, Sean, talking about the celestial sphere. But the problem is that he just actually gave the game away, right, with the globe. Because I was focusing more on what John was saying as opposed to what he was saying the last time. He said what they call celestial refraction, which is only 7/6 hours, right? Even though it's claimed to be different, it's not, right? Has only really been in use for 300 years. So that would mean then, because if you don't add that in, that means that the celestial bodies mathematically will not comport to a dome for the observer. They won't comport to a dome. They won't be a dome for the observer. It doesn't work. So why did they add that in 300 years ago? What else turned up 300 years ago with Kepler? A globe. So he's literally stating that before, like him saying the celestial sphere is 2,000 years old. No, it's not. That's a load of rubbish. Measurements to the celestial bodies might be going on for thousands of years, but the claimed celestial sphere or celestial dome, more correct, is not 2,000 years old. That's only and can only be, based on what he said, 300 years old, because for that to be in existence, they need the celestial non-refraction that he is only admitting is only 300 years old.
Yes.
So there's, yeah.
Well, there's one other thing as well. So the way he described it, so as John was asking him about the limitations of celestial refraction, he's describing the hemispheric view below the horizon. What does that mean? It means that his description for the angles, whether or not they've got an applied celestial refraction used or not, are coming from the centre of hell. So from the centre of hell, you've got your degree measurement to the horizon or above the horizon with celestial refraction ignored above 20 degrees. So he's saying. And he's saying below the horizon is the continuation of the hemisphere. Okay, that means that you're inside a globe, measuring your angle with respect to the plane for his 20 degrees, and that makes a celestial sphere wrap around your position. So he's giving the game away in terms of what is actually being utilised. To give him a degree, he needs a flat plane. To have a hemisphere below the position at the horizon, the entirety of that sphere wraps around your position. And you can only get a degree if you're getting it from a flat plane measured from, in his paradigm, hell.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Like, the stuff he was saying was so destructive that he wouldn't be allowed to speak at a college if he was stating those things.
A lot of confessions there.
Well, exactly, Nathan. That's the other point I wanted to jump on, but I chose between which point was most important. He's this horizon that he's claiming, right, that things are going below, right? For him, what he's actually talking about is the geometric edge of the equatorial plane, which is a circle. So he's not even referring even to a globe's geometric edge. He's referring to the geometric edge of a flat disk.
Exactly.
For things to go below.
Exactly.
So no matter what way he twists it on spot, you know.
Yeah, he's talking about the equatorial plane. So he's in hell on a plane describing a hemisphere around his position that he's getting the angles to the star with. Now, you can describe that, and they do describe that as the celestial hemisphere, north and south. Antipodal south being below the horizon, measured off a plane. That's what he's utilising when he appeals to those degree measurements. He's inside a ball, making the ball nothing more than a glorified protractor. But where's the measurement? Off the surface level? Again, for him to describe 20 degrees for effective celestial refraction, you need a flat plane for the baseline, for the 20-degree angle.
Yeah, I mean, to even infer a geometric edge within what he's saying, it has to be the edge of a disk. He can't even infer it as a geometric edge of a sphere.
Yeah, but isn't he supposed to be fighting for a sphere, though? So why would he say that?
But I'm trying to get there. The sphere he's talking about, he's creating around him by mathematically making the sky a dome. That's how he's doing it.
Exactly. He's creating a globe around his position, not from the surface of a sphere, not tangential. He's talking about a flat plane with a dome wrapped around him. And he's saying the edge of my view is the edge of that dome. Okay, so you're in hell and you've got a protractor around you. But in reality, he's just measuring from a plane to give him a 20-degree angle.
Exactly. He gave himself away completely in all that, and the long protracted silences were extending out his responses and whatever, so it was taking away people's concentration on it. But when you take those out like you have in the video here, you hear exactly what he's saying. You hear exactly what he's describing. Now, I just want to state, as soon as he would say the word horizon, right, QE would say, what's the rate of slope of the horizon? Or something similar, right? Horizon, how do you have that on the globe? That's probably what QE would say. Now, he would state that he wouldn't debate QE because he'd be asking stupid questions like that. Or that's a stupid question. No, it is not a stupid question. It is the only question. If you think about it, when you get down to brass tacks, when he mentions the horizon, right, how do you have one of those on the globe? Right, straight away, he's in a world of trouble. Right, but he's going to refer to that as a stupid question to try and give other people, gaslight other people into believing it's a stupid question when it is absolutely 100% on point.
But
sorry, John, go on.
Well, the overriding part, the reason we're playing this video is to demonstrate that he was given a chance to talk. There was no point anywhere in here that he's been disrespected. Do you think?
No,
exactly. Except when I came in and Nathan muted that out.
Oh, I've edited out any interruptions from Neil. Yes, correct. But I think from what I've heard parroted, it may not be his perfect verbatim sentiment, but is that I'll be abusive to him. It's like, no. When you came in, you were given ample opportunity to talk to John, and the rest of the audience were shut down if they interrupted. And even when there was 30, 40, 50 seconds of silence, I wouldn't allow anybody to talk. It's like, no, this is Danny Faulkner, Dr. Danny Faulkner, being measured. You will allow this. In other words, shut up. If he's going to take 50 seconds of silence, let him.
Right, and I didn't even know it was Danny, so technically nobody was abusive to him.
Well, I knew it was Danny, and I wasn't about to have him moan about not getting a fair crack of the whip because he was taking his time with his answers. It's like, no, you can take all the time you need.
Yeah, because it's worth allowing him to take the time. Because no matter what answer he comes back with, it destroys him. But he has to just come back with an answer that for the untrained ear appears like he didn't get destroyed. No matter what he does, though, he's destroying himself. Sorry, anyway, for holding up proceedings, if you want to play on.
I'd rather we were discussing it.
Yeah, because, like, there you go, though, isn't it? Like, there you go. That is proof that Danny did not get abused, while he was here. Now, I'm not saying, like, that QE wouldn't take a chunk out of him if he had an opportunity. But the point being is that he didn't get abused by you. You're not QE. And he got fair treatment. When anyone jumped in or shouted or screamed or whatever, you stopped them. So I don't know what more he wants. I mean, I think it's very obvious to him that, see, what he needs to do, Nathan, well, you're going to be focusing on measurements. He's going to be focusing on red herrings away from the measurements. And you are going to go straight back to the measurements. Everything he says, even within his red herring, you're going to jump on it. If he uses an orientation, if he says the word vertical, if he says horizon, if he says degree of this, degree of that, like, you know what I mean? Whatever he says, if he says north, do you know what I mean? Parallel, anything he says, you're going to jump on and bring him straight back to where he doesn't want to be. So he needs someone he can red herring away from. No offense to John, but he red herringed to the eclipses, and you love talking about at the time the celestial dome or sphere or whatever. So you went into it, but don't matter.
Right, but that's fine. My whole point in doing that was I wanted to concede everything to him because I didn't want him to feel like he was being attacked, so he wouldn't have this excuse that he's using now.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't have got an easier, like, in a lot, like, to be honest with you, if he actually debated you, he couldn't have got an easier time than the time he gave him. Like, you could have given him a more difficult time if you wanted to, but you didn't. You gave him the easiest time you could. You could have been far more difficult with him if you wanted to be. I think he understood that. You know what I mean? He understood that from listening to you over a long period of time. He understood that, like, that you could have made it more difficult on him if you wanted. As soon as he said no, you could have jumped on that. When you asked him, how do we determine the shape or aspect of the Earth? Do you agree we would determine that with geometric measurement? With measurement, basically. And he said no. As soon as he would say no, someone else said no, you'd be jumping on their throat. They wouldn't get to start make a red herring to some BS non-proven shadow on a rock surface, moon. Do you know what I mean? They wouldn't get to break the question, and that wouldn't happen. You'd be straight. What do you mean no? You wouldn't, like, no one's going to get away with that with you. But you would left him off of that. You would let him to have everything.
But I did it for a purpose, so that this excuse he's using against Nathan now is provably false.
It has nothing to do with measurement. The creation of the celestial sphere.
No,
what Paul said was he
It was-
basically whines about FED behavior all the time. So that's what will stop him, and that's what he's going to use as an excuse. Well, guess what? You're seeing the behavior of FED when Danny Faulkner did come in to engage.
Between Danny Faulkner and Bob Saltbuster. As I say, Danny Falkner, no offense to Buck Saltbuster, but Danny Falkner is somebody in the world.
Yes.
So he has a lot more to lose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Got a reputation. Same as me. It's like Buck thinks that I'm going to risk anything for a faceless, nameless troll. No, I'll want paying for that. But as for someone like Danny, and I've said this to the guy who's contacting me about him currently, it's like, would you debate Danny? Like, yeah, I would, yeah. Not, I'd do it for X amount of money. Now, by coincidence, that guy has contributed to me as well. I'm not going to hide that fact. I mean, it's 10x the amount has been given to Danny over the years from what he's told me. Not that that's particularly relevant. But my answer is, yeah, of course I will. Because as far as I'm concerned, we're on an equal footing as far as that's concerned. Right? Danny's got something to lose, I've got something to lose. He's got a reputation, I've got a reputation. When it comes to Buck Sodbuster, you're a nobody. I think I'm going to be toddling over anywhere for you. You've got another thing coming. We don't even know your name. But these people, like I say, are delusional.
But this is paying off, though, Nathan. That the way he was treated is demonstrable.
Correct.
When a gentleman talks to you about why Danny won't debate you, you should give him this.
From what I have gleaned, Danny said he will talk when the book comes out. So he'll talk about the book. That's what I've got so far.
That's correct. And Brian said it before perfectly. Nathan only acts that way when people act that way towards us. All right? Danny didn't, so Danny got the king treatment.
Yeah, if you're respectful, you're not going to get anything other than that in return from me. And typically, for the first 10 or 15 minutes, even if they are disrespectful, I'll normally still clear the airwaves so we get to the point where we've heard their claim in full. Then both barrels get let loose if they've been disrespectful while they're doing it. But I do want to hear their claim in full. That is to say, even if they're being disrespectful while they present it, I'll still clear the airwaves until I'm satisfied that we've heard their claim.
Yeah, you want to basically steel man them. You want to make sure that what they're claiming, that you are fully aware of it, and that they're very happy with your cognizant understanding of it. You know, so then you can move forward. That way, once they basically have to agree to their own claim. At that point, then you can move on to taking it apart. But they can't go back and say, well, that's not what I said, or that's a straw man. They can't do that. Because you've, pointed out that you understood it, and they've acknowledged that you understood it.
Exactly.
Danny is worth debating for free. Because there's a progress that can happen there.
Exactly.
Like, Danny, for me, it's worth debating Danny Falkner for free.
I totally agree.
My worth. Yeah, but not someone like Buck Sodbuster or Blue Marvel Science or any of these people. No, they can pay.
That's good, because I asked you a couple of weeks ago if Danny Falkner fits in that category, because he is an influencer. He has an influence over a lot of people. So he is one of the guys that you would have no problem, because you're considering it not to be a waste of time. Correct, Brian?
Yeah, there's something to be gained by it. There's only something to be gained from that situation. Do you know what I mean? Whereas even if I debated him and I debated him really badly, the things he'd be saying alone would be the things he would say within that debate, even if I debated him really badly, even if I did a really bad job over a few hours, the point is that what he would say would be incriminating to him because of what he would have to say. So what he would say could be used against him, in the future constantly. You know what I mean? It's like even if I lost, I'd win, or we'd win. If you understand what I mean. Yeah.
And that's why I conceded everything, because I knew eventually it was going to come to a time where he was going to be put into a position where he was going to be asked by someone with financial influence over him to debate Nathan.
And then Adam came in and took the victory, didn't he?
It wasn't about the victory, though, Neil.
I think Adam was listening to what he was saying, and when he came in, I don't think Adam was there for all of it.
Well, I didn't know it was Danny at all. He just heard somebody talking, and like you just join in, don't you?
Yep, like what happened to me. I didn't know who it was, but I came in and said, "Shut up."
Well, there's evidence. I mean, Adam didn't even notice Danny Falkner, and he still was still very conciliatory. Do you know what I mean? So to say that people just get abused here is not true. You know, if you're going to have bad behavior, you're going to be dishonest, or you're going to start coming in as if you're the teacher, and then you're shown, and it's proven that you're the one that needs the teaching. You need the education. You're not the educator. And then you, on top of that, you might also decide that it's time to be dishonest and not concede them. Like, what if you're going to behave that way? What treatment do you expect? I can't walk into a hotel foyer, start kicking things around the place, right? Grabbing the girls that work there by the ass, and basically being a general pest, and then expect them to want me to stay at the hotel. What's going to happen? I'm going to get forced out.
Want you to stay at that hotel? No, Brian. You need to go to their hotel after they've been squeezing the ass of your waitresses. You should then go to their hotel.
Yeah. But they come into your hotel and behave that way, and then they claim that you're unwilling to go to their hotel, as if you'd want to go there. Because they complained that they got bad treatment, I mean, after they behaved abysmally.
But what if there's proof that they were treated not only fairly, but were given a preferential treatment? What if there was proof of that?
Doesn't matter. I showed up to a spot. You weren't there. You don't want to debate because you're going to lose. You're a chicken.
But that's not Danny Falkner. That's like Danny Faulkner. There's the difference. Danny Faulkner is not doing this stupid now. He's not saying, I was at this place and Nathan Oakley didn't turn up, so that means I won. Danny Faulkner is not doing that because Danny Faulkner has enough wisdom to know that that's stupid idiocy.
I thought we switched the box.
No, he did say it. Remember that he won't debate Nathan because he doesn't want to be mistreated. That was
but he didn't. Yeah, but he didn't state that he was over on such and such a server waiting for Nathan to turn up, and Nathan never turned up, so Nathan's a coward. He didn't say that. Like he's not making up these fantasies like fucks off.
No, I thought we switched the box.
Right, but I'm going by what Danny did say. Is that he would be mistreated by Nathan, as demonstrated in this video, right?
Well, he didn't claim it outright like that. He just complained in general about our behavior here. That's why he wouldn't come on. Same thing, basically.
And
that's legitimate.
Right, our behavior in this video justifies that statement?
No, it does not. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that's what he was claiming. And this video proves that that is not the case. He was treated with the utmost respect and given the longest amount of time he needed.
Just going to give, sorry a second, Neil. Just give Brian props in this regard. That in itself is a red herring, though, isn't it? Suddenly it's not about the debate and the measurements. It's about the treatment of Danny, suddenly. That's in and of itself a red herring, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but it's a red herring that the person who's given him a lot of money has latched on to enough that it's been repeated back. Don't you think that's kind of a big deal?
Well, I think that the person who wants to pay Danny to debate Nathan is going to start becoming very disappointed with Danny if he doesn't debate Nathan. What's wrong is that even though they're doing their best to suppress Nathan and they're doing their best to make Nathan unknowable by the outside world, the people who are aware of Nathan, people like Danny Faulkner and his followers, and of course the likes of Brian Cox and all of them, the time is coming where they won't be able to avoid Nathan and the rest of us. They won't be able to. So well, it was a ticking time bomb for him, because it's only a matter of time before it explodes.
Right, because if that was the case, if I was this guy that's offering him the money and still getting refused, that's like me saying to Nathan, look, I know how you feel about this guy Buck, but Nathan, I managed to hit on something and I can give you $5,000. Just meet him in Earth Awakenings and just hammer this guy. Now, if Nathan turns around and says no to me, then that's a serious problem. And that's what Danny Faulkner is going to be facing soon. A serious problem, because now the people that are your followers are offering you money because they want this address, this Nathan Oakley guy, and you're refusing. And that's a problem.
And this
Yes,
is the
it
thing.
is, man.
Hey, guys, there's two things that refutes his claim as far as Nathan's behavior about him treating him bad. The one video you're saying when he was on the Nathan FED show, where he was treated with respect and given the proper time to speak. And also, is this payment for his appearance to be on our show, or is it to be on another show? Because Nathan has no history of ever. Matter of fact, he is a history of him being the abused as a guest on other shows. So two things that refute his claim as being an excuse, an illegitimate excuse for not wanting to do this. And it's quite obvious. Those two things right there.
Yeah, what is
Neil-
the platform, anyone? Did anyone say, do you know if he was, the guy's going to pay him to come on your show, Nathan? Or do you know the information, like, would it be somewhere else? Or you just have no idea?
No idea.
But Neil's getting my point though about the, Danny now has something to lose by not having this interaction with Nathan, right?
Absolutely.
Red herring has put him into trouble in another way.
Yep. He's like a contender boxer for the championship ring. These are the two top contenders. Nathan's ready. He's done the weight class. He's done everything he's supposed to do. He's like, I'm on board. And now the other challenger for this championship of truth is making excuses. Oh, my gut hurt. Oh, well, I think I broke my hand petting my dog and he bit me. I mean, he's making excuses. He's proven to be
that he's saying, I'm not going to fight him. He stuck his tongue out to me.
Exactly. Yeah, he hits too hard. He might bite me like Mike bit Evander. Well, Nathan ain't never bite nobody. Matter of fact, when y'all was sparring, there's a history of him allowing you to get some punches in. So you have no legitimacy in your claim about being abused or being berated. He's just proven that he can't handle the heat. He's afraid to be refuted in the biggest audience that he's ever probably faced on social media, whether the stage is.
He's afraid of being exposed. That we know, because he knows Earth is measured flat. He's not a dummy.
Right. So it's like I agree. It was a red herring when that guy asked him if he would debate Nathan. To say that it was about the treatment he would receive, but it's put him in an awkward spot now. Because if he continues on with that position, he's provably a liar. And I don't call people a liar, willy-nilly.
But I knew you'd
prove it.
I knew you'd come around, Refractor, though. I knew you'd come around.
I've never changed my position.
But you got your hand on the door handle. You got your hand on the door handle. You just ain't turned it and entered in yet.
I'd just like to say that just because someone has a PhD, that doesn't mean they're worth debating. The reason that Danny Faulkner is worth debating is because Danny Faulkner has put himself out there and has a big following, Christian following, right? And a big following from heliocentrism, him being an astronomer. So it's not just that he has a PhD, it's the fact that he also has a persona, public persona. So there's two reasons that he's worth debating for free. Right? He's not even like a Professor Dave, because Professor Dave, number one, obviously he's not that I care, but he's not a professor, right? But number two, he's just a bullshitter. That's all Professor Dave is, right? He's willing to bullshit his way through things and try and gaslight his opponent and all, tactics. So he's not in the same arena or ilk as Danny Falkner. Danny Falkner, right, will be a very conciliatory backpisser. Whereas someone like Professor Dave will just bullshit people outright, and he will have no style in how he does it, and won't have the same weight. If you were to debate Danny Faulkner and you were to debate Professor Dave, right, explains, right, the debate with Danny Faulkner in the halls of academia, right, would hold so much more weight, whereas they don't even rate the likes of Professor Dave explains. Because even the people who will be on his side, as far as if he was claiming Darwinism or anything else, right? Even those people don't rate him because they would see him as a clown, right? He's just a useful clown. Whereas Danny Faulkner is not a useful clown. Danny Faulkner is one of the club.
Right. But you know what would be even worse is if they had this thing where they said they were going to debate and you conceded every point and he still measured Earth flat.
Yeah, see, that's the beauty of what you do. You are willing to do that. I'm going to not do that. I'm going to be not conceding everything. I won't be doing that. Now, I'll have my own tactics, whatever, so right, I have my own agenda, but I won't be able to do that. You can do that. You can just go, yeah, okay, yeah. Like he brought up eclipses and shadows, and you didn't even question it. Okay, yeah, and went straight to the celestial sphere. You didn't even stay dome. You went straight to the sphere. You gave him as much stuff as possible. You know what I did?
You know what I did though?
Yeah, because they point out to show that no matter what you give him, he still requires a flat plane.
Yeah, but the reason why is he needs the elevation angle of the moon or the sun below the horizontal plane of reference to be 180 degrees from the moon's measured elevation angle to claim that it's a shadow.
Yep. Let me ask you a question. Like I said, I'm late to the party getting my hand stamped, but do we know who this funder or this financer is for Danny? Because why don't we just send him an email of the couple of videos where Refractive exposed him saying, Danny saying this, and when Nathan exposed him saying this, and pretty much let him know ahead of time.
This is a guy who's a fan of the show. The only reason he's in communication with me because he knows who I am. He watches the show.
Yeah, well, it would show that at least when Danny was on the show that he didn't get muted and abused. You know, it would show that at least that the treatment he got when he was debating.
Thank you, Brian. That's enough. Yeah, yep. At least he will know that Danny's excuse is illegitimate. And it'd be like, come on, man, I've seen the video where you were a guest, and he didn't seem to abuse you. He seemed to treat you like, matter of fact, they gave you much respect, more than they done any other guest that was a pure, heliocentric proponent. You know what I'm saying? So I think so. Y'all should send it.
Yeah, if I was going to send it, I'd give him the full version. And the edited, but the full version where he can hear when someone comes in like Neil, where Nathan will shut up, like say Neil stop. Do you know what I mean? Where Nathan was stopping the abuse, not partaking in it. So, it wouldn't be a bad idea, Nathan, say, there you go.
Okay, yeah, Brian's on board now. Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, that's all I wanted was, to send that to that individual. That's what I was going for. Was let him see how much abuse Danny suffered.
Yeah, because, as I said, if Danny's being conciliatory, Nathan would be conciliatory. Now, Danny might be trying to piss down Nathan's back, and Nathan's expecting that, but if Danny's being conciliatory, right? Now, but if Danny's going to say that measurement, when you ask him, does measurement determine the shape or aspect of the earth we dwell upon? And he says no, would it or will it? And he says, they're going to say no. Then at that day, technically, the debate is over. But, he's going to be called out a bit harder by Nathan when he says that than refracted. Because at that point, it's a lie. Do you know what I mean? But does that mean that he's going to be saying, how do my balls taste? No.
Right, but how are you going to say that the Earth is between the sun and the moon without measurement?
Well, this is the thing, and as Nathan was saying earlier, he has to start to even do this. He must put himself inside a sphere, so you can't and measure off a flat plate. So no matter what, which is your point, John. No matter what he does, it's going to be either an elevation angle, a depression angle, or an azimuth, or a combination of both. That's what it has to be. And they all require a flat plane of reference. Just mathematically, to even make a mathematical, fantastical claim, you require that flat plane of reference.
Right, but his claim is that you can determine the shape of Earth without measurement, right? So
that's correct.
So how would you know the Earth is between the sun and the moon if you don't have measurement?
Well, the thing is that what he's stating there is subjectivity is equal to or a replacement to objectivity, because measurement is objective. What he's saying is, well, you can determine its shape or aspect without measurement, but that means you can make up any old rubbish, because you can then infer anything you want and beg the question for whatever paradigm is in your head. You know what I mean? At that point, all you're doing then is subjectively begging the question.
And that takes you back to what John was saying, because he was saying by observing too, because you can observe my table. I have 3 of them in my house. It doesn't matter. You only observe Earth to be flat, what we can see of it. We can't see the whole picture like the table, but we can observe that it's flat.
Right,
yeah, but you can observe that it's...
I was just saying, you're starting to get the cage that I was building for him.
And excuse me.
One, T-Rose.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was saying, and Neil, that's at any altitude too, right? That observation, right?
All observations, every observation that we have has been flat.
Yeah, yep. From the
nobody has
tree.
ever taken an observation from a globe where they could say, this is what it looks like on a globe, or this is what will happen on a globe.
Facts.
But you see, after taking what he was saying, that's another point. I forgot about that because we played on so long, and other points came up that I forgot about that, and I was in my head. The 3 tables thing, right? That's a red herring as well, because he starts saying, well, one is rectangle, one is oval, and one is round, or one is square, or whatever, right? But he's talking about the outside edge of it. He's not talking about the overall surface. Right? So he's not referring to the surface. He's referring to the outside of the surface, the shape around the surface. He's not referring to the surface itself of the tables and how they must be described. So if you were to ask him, so Danny, would it be fair to describe the surface of your 3 tables as flat? He'd have to agree, because he can't disagree with that. Yeah.
Well,
so we're talking about what shape they are on the outside is a red herring.
Right. But that was going to be one of the points I worked up to with him. I let him build his own cage with that line of questioning. You know what I mean? He was, it's like...
I think maybe, John, you needed another 25 minutes to go where you were looking to go. Because it was not, it wasn't the way I would have gone, or QE would have gone, or Nathan, or Adam, obviously. But I think you needed another 25 minutes to go to where you were looking to go.
Qualitative assessment of what the cosmology could be, And then later on, there were measurements built upon top of that. Hipparchus, 2,200 years ago, he wasn't the first. There are people before him who were making measurements of stellar positions as well as the positions of the sun, the moon, and the planets. And that's where the quantitative assessment comes in. But it's built upon the model of the celestial sphere, which originally the model didn't require any kind of computation or measurements, just a qualitative assessment of what we see in the sky.
Yeah, there he is, right? Built upon. You can't build upon something that isn't measured. What he's just stated there is that they inferred, now the way it is incorrect when he said, because he brought up Hipparchus and he talked about the Hipparchus, let's say, detailing positions in the sky, right? Now, that has no connection to whether the Earth is flat or a globe just on its face. But like, if you go into what Hipparchus did and had to do, then it proves it's flat. But on its face, it doesn't prove anything. He then went on to speak about the celestial sphere, right, after inferring a spherical sky and a spherical Earth, right, that he's going to be in the center of, right, that he even admitted earlier in that without, maybe he's not aware of it, I don't know, without realizing that he can't have this. Hipparchus couldn't have had this celestial sphere because he didn't have this claimed atmospheric non-refraction. So you couldn't have the celestial sphere because you can't. Without that atmospheric non-refraction, mathematically it won't work. You won't have a dome over your flat plane.
Did you hear him though? He said you can create a model.
Sorry, John.
I heard someone else speaking. I was just giving them room. I think that's absolutely true. I think that without
you're breaking up, John.
Come to the conclusion here.
Yeah, we didn't hear what that means. I heard that you disagree. Can you expand what you mean by qualitative assessment until we get John's line clear?
I don't agree that you can create the celestial sphere without measurement, because the first thing you have to do is take elevation angles to create the celestial sphere.
Once you've adopted the model of the celestial sphere, you certainly can quantify things with altitude and azimuth and other sorts of measurements. But the invention of that model doesn't require any kind of quantitative measurements at all.
Yeah,
He's contradicting himself.
Once you adopt the celestial sphere, so that means once you beg the question of the celestial sphere, which is going to then, you're going to then create a geometric sphere out of. Once you've done that, you can then go back to using your, you're denying use of the azimuths and the elevation angles that he needed to create this, that they needed in the first place to even come up with their celestial sphere. But he's admitting that once you've created it in your mind, without any measurements, something that can't be done, once you've done this unrealistic thing that can't be done, you can then beg the question and then go back to using a flat Earth again. That's what he just said.
You don't realize he said that though, Brian.
No, but he knows it if he looked into it. If he listened to what he was saying, he knows what he's saying.
At the beginning, it's simply what can you do to build upon that model and make the model quantitative. But the model itself of the celestial sphere doesn't require measurements to make it so.
The model is expressing relationships between angles to celestial objects.
You can use the model to do that, but developing the model originally didn't require actually creating that. I believe the Greeks probably invented spherical trigonometry to be used on the celestial sphere, but they didn't invent that until the necessity of it arose with the model of the celestial sphere.
Pause. Right. The Greeks used spherical trigonometry to be used on the celestial sphere, but they didn't. It's like Danny to get those 3 points in the sky, you require azimuths and elevations that you're then going to mathematically turn into a sphere. So he gave the game away there, saying the Greeks did something, because he's like, well, Danny, if that's what the Greeks did, then they had to use elevation and azimuths. That means they use horizontals and verticals. It's over, Danny, at that point. So he knows, John, like he knew what he was saying there. He knew he was speaking about measurements. The state that when he said no, when about your question about it, how do we determine the shape or aspect of the outdrawn or can you do like any other way but with measurement? He said no. When he said no to that, he's now denying that you would need measurement for you to even mathematically create the celestial sphere. Like, so he's trying to deny measurement all the way through. It's like,
yes,
Danny,
he can't
deny it. He's in the hard place, Nathan. Which is the rock and which is the hard place?
No, it's even better. You have a college professor denying measurements.
The rock is an acceptance that in order to measure azimuth or altitude in this instance that you need a flat plane for, then you're going to have to accept that there's a flat plane. The hard place is a denial of, in this case, azimuth and altitude, which is denying that they've got any measurements, which is exactly what he's doing. He's saying, no measurements, no. So he's in the hard place of denying his own measurements.
Yeah, he's just doing... Sorry. Yeah, he's just doing a better job than most of the boys. That's why Danny Falkner is worth debating. Do you know what I mean? Right? Because he's able to very subtly piss them their back.
What you're saying is his hard place is nicely furnished.
Yeah.
But he's still denying the measurements, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He is denying measurements.
Quite explicitly, too, saying, no measurements needed.
Now, John, how are you going to get Jennifer Aniston in the hard place?
That's disgusting.
Start denying measurements. What's she getting hard?
Sir, you're trying to tell us, though, that you have created a model without taking any measurements. Do you not see how that's contradictory?
See, this is back before we defined the rock and the hard place. So rather than saying it's contradictory, just agree. So you've got no measurements then. So you've got nothing. Yep. No measurements.
I don't
And
think
for Jennifer Aniston.
I understand what
Jennifer Aniston, go ahead.
Yeah, for Jennifer Aniston, what John has to do is deny the restraining orders. The existence of the restraining order.
There is no restraining order. It doesn't exist. You can have interaction without a restraining order. Yeah, but there is one. No, there isn't.
Hold on. If you would have known about the rock in the hard place back then, would you have been able to not interrupt there, Nathan?
There's plenty I did know when this was taking place that I could have interrupted with and didn't, Neil.
a model is.
Yeah, but you like
doesn't-
that rock in the hard place.
Yeah, when I'm winning, but John's winning.
Doesn't have to have quantitative aspects to it, particularly when you're developing the model. Now, eventually you can...
Quantitative, like measurements.
You can add those quantitative things.
Add them? Like together, like numbers? How are we going to do that without any measurements?
Yeah, it's equivalent to denying the wheels on your car while you're driving somewhere.
We don't really need the wheels in the car unless we want to go anywhere. Then we need the use of the wheels.
You know what I noticed? I'm kind of like thinking maybe he's so used to speaking to the general public on National Geographic, programs and stuff like that the general public doesn't know the definition or the etymological definition, whatever. And he could just say these words and people don't catch it, knowing that to quantify is to measure and things like that. And maybe that's why he babbles like that and forgets that he's speaking to refractive Brian, you, and can use those same words and think that he could just get away with it without being caught in the bear trap.
I wasn't there that day.
Force of habit?
Brian said he wasn't there that day.
Yeah, I wasn't there that day, the Rose. I came in afterwards. And
okay.
he is used, well, yes and no. He is used to stating things in that way to a less educated audience, an easier audience to fool. But he knows what he's saying. He knows what he's saying, but he has to say it. That's probably, even though he doesn't want to have to say it, he has to say it. That's what I'd say about it.
Yeah, he knows he has to say it to make sense, but he knows that his listening audience, other than FED, knows what he's saying, and we catch him on it, or we expose that he's conceding to what we're saying. He's just trying to say it in the way they have it scripted on their ideology of whatever they're talking about with the earth. And I think that he's been saying it so long, getting away with it. Like I said, on these other platforms with the general audience, they just look like that puzzled customs guy on Golden Child when Eddie Murphy was speaking to him. They're just like, yeah, interesting, profound.
Let's think about this. All right, imagine anybody that's not aware of what the topic being discussed is, just hears him denying that measurements are needed or relevant to measuring or to knowing the surface of Earth.
But the initial conception does not require that. Kinetic theory of gases, for instance, is quantitative, but initial idea was not quantitative. It was simply an idea, and then they used the physics to develop that idea. So models don't have to be quantitative at the very beginning. Simply, you bring the quantity in to quantify what you can measure with the model.
Yeah, that's number one, is that's a red herring. Number two, that's not true. Because it's not an idea. It's not an idea. Do you know what I mean? Like what he's saying there about gases, that's not an idea. Why not?
Right, but the only way that you can experience gases is by their pressure. And what is pressure?
Measurement of force over an area.
It's a quantitative measurement of force over an area. Uh-oh. You don't need
so
measurement?
you're saying the model
really?
doesn't have to be quantitative at that point, but in recognition, you realize that until it becomes that, it's just an idea, and the modeling of itself is useless. The initial conception of a model, in this case the celestial sphere model, no measurement has been made, but the conception of the model is to take measurements to figure out where you are. Yeah, its whole raison d'etre is to take a measurement from the real world, apply it into the model, to take something back out of the model to give you information again for the real world. Without the use of measurement, the model has no ability to assist you.
Adam killed them right there.
I'm sorry, I need to go.
Okay.
I
Hold
have
on.
an
All right,
appointment
I'm going to
coming
stop
up.
this for a second. How did Adam kill him right there?
How did he do it? Well, Adam pointed out that he
tell me
needed...
why what Adam said kills him.
He didn't. He just put him back on the rock. He didn't kill him. He put him back on the rock. He was in the hard place. Adam said, get back on that rock where you accept the measurements.
Well, what I would say is Adam came in when he heard him referring to gases, and he knew that he knows Adam's a chemist. So Adam saying what he said was a subtle way of batting away his red herring, saying, don't be going into nonsense, get back on the rock. That's what Adam did.
Well, no, everybody says that it killed him and drove him off, but how, if you concede that you can create the model without measurement? How
yeah, Adam,
you cannot. You can't.
But Adam's point was, Adam was coming out from this is the thing, when two different people have different agendas, it comes out differently. Adam's point was, this model that he's talking about, whatever kind of model it is, it can't be used in reality without referring to reality. Right? So we must refer to reality, which involves measurement, for the model to even be, well, I would say for it to ever be created, which would be John's point, and then to use it, we require them. Like we need to be able to translate it its use and somehow to reality. It needs to be assistive. Otherwise, it means nothing.
Right, because right, a concept needs to be manifested to a model by realistic measurements, by scaling or whatever it is, but it requires measurements. So to take a concept, to make it tangible or visual to everyone else except in your mind, whether it be on paper or by three-dimensional, it has to be measurements, period. So that's why I think Adam crushed them.
No, it has to be using reality. And then say, Adam, listen, nobody said you weren't crushing him. That's the point, though, Adam brought. You got him to and Adam brought him to. In reality, if you're not speaking about reality, then your model is nothing.
No, how are you going to create a model that's not based on reality? Can you
describe
that? But that's John's point. John is 100% correct there. Adam kind of gave him the model in a little bit, if I remember from what he said. They can go back if he wants. Kind of gave it to him without the measurement, but made it impossible to use without the measurement. But John's correct, and I would be on the side of John here, and I would say the same thing. That model cannot be created without the measurements. As the baselines are the rock that they must stand upon.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
And I need to eat lunch before that appointment. So I've enjoyed the interaction. Maybe we can pick it up at another time.
Yes, thank you. Should I call you Mr. Falkner? How do you like to be addressed?
Danny's fine.
Thank you, Danny.
Cheers, Danny.
All right, bye-bye.
Can't say nothing else. Thank you, Danny.
That was elegant. That was eloquent. That was mannerable. I mean, come on, man. Right there, that nailed the coffin. Right there.
Did I call you?
Like a man
Did I
who
call
was
you
defeated.
Mister?
Did I call you Mr.
Nonsense.
Did
No,
he
that
sound
might
like a
be
man
anyway.
who was defeated as he walked away? Did he sound like a man who was defeated as he walked away?
No.
Yeah, I was extremely.
Hold on a second. How do you sound defeated? He took off and ran.
Leave John say his piece.
One more time.
Right. He walked away with his model intact without measurement.
No, he left
That's all.
because he did not want to engage anymore. All of a sudden, he had lunch.
Well, no. What happened is he tried to red herring to gases, right, away, another second red herring to measurement. Adam stepped in, that ended that. So he had no more red herrings away. He couldn't red herring away to gases amount similar to that because Adam was there. And him being in the position he's in, being a PhD astronomer, knows that you can't start arguing with a chemist, at that point. Right? He needs to, within academia, he would look silly, right? So the point being is that what I would say, John, is he knew he had lost, but he knew that it wasn't apparent how much he had lost.
Right.
Because it was like he wiped his brow and went, "Oh, I just avoided that one." If you know what I mean? Because if he spent another 20 minutes to do.
Danny's a doctor, though. Doesn't doctor outrank chemist?
Yes.
No, not when you're talking about gases.
Not in England, it doesn't.
Yeah, so like Adam okayed it for people to become doctors. So they have to go through Adam to even become a doctor. Do you know what I mean? The point is, Adam's like, if you're going to start talking about gases and chemistry, which is part of chemistry, right, and you're talking to a chemist, unless that chemist starts making up a heap of rubbish that has nothing to do with chemistry, then you're on a loser. Do you know what I mean?
No, but
Adam's not going to do that.
If your position is to say you can have models without measurement, tell me how he lost.
I feel like he lost. I feel like in his head he did not lose, but the mere fact, whether y'all said Adam put him back on on the hard place with the rock, stabbing him in his sternum, it doesn't matter. We know that he lost. He walked away with his invisible friend and said, "Me and my friend Paul I don't care if y'all can't see him. I can see him. We're both going to have lunch together. It doesn't matter what he thought or what the ignorant audience thought.
How did
let me
Adam
answer your
defeat the
question.
position? Hold on, I just want to know, how did Adam defeat the point of you can have models without measurement by conceding that you can?
I don't know,
Well,
but
he
it
did.
seems like this is bothering you for a little bit of time now, huh?
I don't think
Well, no,
Adam
John-
said that. He might.
hang on, he did.
Don't brought this up.
Adam conceded to him. No, he shouldn't have, but he gave him a model without any measurement, and then said the model is no good without referring to the measurements. Right. So he brought him back to the rock, but he had given him a model without any measurements. I don't know why he did that, but Danny didn't win, right? Danny lost when he tried to state that measurement is not important to determine the shape or aspect of the Earth. So no matter what, his first no ended him. That's how Danny lost there and then. Then he further lost. Yeah, exactly. That's the main thing, isn't it, John? You just need to go back to the first question and the first answer. It was over there and then. After that, it was just him basically giving the same answer to the same question under a different guise. But it was the same thing, denying the measurements.
Right, but I'm being told that it's bothering me. I just don't understand, and I want clarification on how, if his position is to say that you can have a model without measurement, how did he lose by conceding that point?
Yeah, by Adam conceding it. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Sounds to me like this has been bothering you for a little bit of time now, John.
Okay,
No,
let's say it again.
He didn't lose. He didn't lose, right? He didn't win, but he didn't lose. And the reason he didn't lose, and John, you're right, is because Adam gave him the plain model of his without measurements. So he got away with his claim that was completely false and wrong. So he didn't lose, he just didn't win. If you understand what I mean. He got a neutral outcome.
And can I add something too for the layman mind? We're talking about measurements of Earth and a model made without measurements, according to Danny, or a lake with a conception of how much is in it without measurements. And then we got gas. Just because he brought up the gas to me doesn't mean that he ruled out that Earth can be measured without measurements. Because in the layman mind, they'd be like, well, why is he bringing up gases?
Yeah, but he can't be bringing up any models referring to Earth in any way, shape, or form without measurements. That's the point. These plain measurements, this is John's point. Like, technically, Adam should have said nothing. But when he brought up gases, maybe he saw Adam was in, I don't know. When he brought up gases, Adam stepped in. Because Adam's a chemist. But Adam would have been better off to just leave John out, I think, at that point. But I don't think Adam was aware that it was Danny Falkner. Sure he wasn't. I think Adam didn't realize it was Danny Falkner until after the fact. He just came in.
Well, it's, maybe Neil's right. Maybe it is bothering me a lot. But, I'm being told that I didn't finish him. I've done a horrible job. Adam come in and crushed him. I'm willing to accept that. I just want to know how. Everybody keeps saying it, but nobody's telling me anything.
Well, I might have misspoken by not hearing the details of what Adam said in specificity to know that he said something to leave, doubt, reasonable doubt. I was just looking at it like, you can have the concept and you can think of a model. That's how I looked at it. Like, you could think of a model and have a model in your you could verbally express
it's not a model, though.
But it's not. No, I'm saying yeah, it's not a model, but it's a concept of a model. It's in your mind.
Yeah, but John's point is, the problem is, what Adam did is Adam came in, put him back in his box, but also opened the back door for him to leave. If Adam hadn't come in, he was stuck with John. He had no route out. Like he had, like, you know what I mean? He was stuck with John. Whereas he would have had to go through the process with John where John was trying to take him, right? But when Adam came in, Adam did put him back in his place, but that also gave him the opportunity to leave.
Who said you did wait a second. When did anybody say you did a horrible job? I said you had too much respect.
But I wasn't finishing him, right, Neil? Like, I wasn't finishing him. I was just toying with him. And then Adam come in and crushed him. Right? Like, I'm willing to accept that. I just want to know how.
No, I don't think that's a fair assessment.
Okay. I'm sorry, John.
Go on, I'll go after you.
I'm sorry, John. I didn't mean it that way. Like Adam did it. Like John failed. I meant you set him up. You were the jab. You were the feint, the jab. You threw the alley-oop. And I felt that Adam took another excuse or another realm of whatever.
Another avenue.
Concept. Huh?
No, that's not what happened.
I always thought it went hand in hand.
Yeah, they worked together.
No.
They worked together. I don't know if, you know.
It didn't work, though. No, it didn't. This is John's point. Right? John, I critiqued you because I thought you were being too nice to him. And there was things you were leaving him up with, which is that I can't, as I said earlier, I can't do. I wouldn't be able to leave him off with some of the stuff because I'd be jumping up, either calling a red herring or jumping upon it and pulling it apart, you know, whatever, brought up with clips, whatever. But I understood and I understand your direction. But what it was is that technically Adam gave him a backdoor out, and Adam conceded to what he wanted someone to concede to, and then he left. Right. So technically, Adam didn't realize the situation. He just came in, heard this guy say something about gases, and just stepped in. He didn't realize it was Danny Falkner. He didn't know that. It was just like it was a pre-show. So he didn't know. In fairness to Adam, he didn't know. But if Adam hadn't done that, it would have been far more devastating for Danny Falkner. That's the truth.
Yeah, I think I do.
If you're talking about long term, like one thing John is good at doing is John is good at debating, and the way he goes about it doesn't appear at the time to be devastating, but it's realised 6 months later, a year and a half later, that it was absolutely crushing. If you understand, would you agree with that, Nathan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
John's attitude squeezed blood out of a stone. Adam shut the stone down.
Yeah.
But it's not about winning, right? It's just about finding out if it's true or not, if the statement they made is true. And that's what I was after. He walked away with a false statement, and that's frustrated me.
Do you think, John, that... So one second, Dave. Just want to ask John a question. Do you think the fact that you have empathy for their side more than I have, right, that actually helps you to pull them apart? That actually my lack of empathy doesn't work in my favor all the time?
Sometimes, and sometimes it works against me. Like I'm more willing to let them speak when they're, they should be shut down. You know what I mean? So I don't think I'm fairly balanced in that way.
But guess what? Refractive? I look at it like this. That segue to another reason why Danny has no excuse. Because of your technique of how y'all were going at it, you weren't making him feel like the way Brian might have a technique that might have made him feel that way, to give him the excuse of, I don't want to go back there, on top of his false claim that Nathan berated him or made him feel uncomfortable with his closing statement, should I call you Mr. Falkner or Danny? So all those things right there is evidence, and it should be motivation, actually, for him, and would make the financer be like, what are you talking about? I've seen the video and I heard it all. They were very understanding, reasonable. They gave you a chance to speak. They let you make your points. Nobody was cutting you off. So what is the excuse for real? I think this kind of helps even more on the point that Danny just knows that he's dealing with a situation he can't avoid to being exposed as a shill or fraud or whatever you want to call him.
What happened there was Adam heard someone trying to piss down someone's back, and Adam, he was listening to someone trying to piss down his back, and Adam just couldn't listen to it. Now, if Adam was aware of the situation, and he was aware it was Danny Falkner and talking to you, John, he probably would have said nothing, but he didn't. He wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, Adam was sick of the freaking sparring and came in and smashed him.
Right.
Yeah, but he did. See, look, this is what John's point is. How technically he did in one way, but in another way he derailed what John was doing.
Smashed him enough to say, "I gotta go. It's time for lunch."
It's like he smashed up Danny's car and then gave him a new one.
No, he didn't.
Do you know what I mean?
Sick of the nonsense. What's going on here? Came in, crushed him, and Danny all of a sudden had to go to lunch. Something that was taking John forever to do.
But how, Neil? I want to know, like, the details. Like,
Just listen to the video. Don't give me that how. You know damn well how.
Okay.
Yeah, but John is looking for you to see if you understand how.
Oh, I understand. This has been eating at him for a while. To the point where you're going to take Adam's victory away. Like, how did he do it?
He's not trying to do that.
I told him straight out.
What are you doing?
Freaking got a model that doesn't line up with reality. The hell are you talking about,
like
models?
You're intentionally trying to antagonize Refracted, Neil. What are you doing?
Absolutely.
Why?
But that's not what
The
John
show's
is
been a
doing.
little flat lately. We need some blood.
Hey, I don't really. I've got no desire to see Refracted Curvature's blood for no good reason. I don't really know why you're trying to antagonize him. You will start winding him up eventually, though, Neil. Just stop it.
John knows what I'm doing. He knows I'm breaking his balls.
But that doesn't mean John won't get angry. It's like, look, Refracted, you have a point. I totally agree you have a point. I actually think that what Adam did derailed the situation for you. Now, as I said in his defense, he didn't realize who it was and what was going on, right? But if he hadn't said anything, Danny couldn't have said, I have to go to lunch. That wasn't happening. Danny had to stay there. He was probably about 4 or 5 questions away from it's over. You know what I mean? Not that it wasn't already over, but he was in a position where it was going to become, what was going to happen after another 3 or 4 questions, it was going to become blatantly obvious to anyone listening to it that Danny was denying all measurement. But it didn't end up that way. It didn't end up that way because he got a back door to get out of there. Adam hit him with a baseball bat, but then opened the back door for him to leave. Kind of thing, you know.
He was had him in the spot where he was going to say that he could communicate with you information without any information to communicate to you.
Yeah, exactly, John. That's exactly. I totally understand. Right? He was going to be communicating information to you that he's claiming not to have. Is that your point?
Right. He was. It's a measurement. That's why I try to get QE to do a show on measurement, and I've been doing it for like 5 years because nobody's like realized the importance. I think maybe you do, Brian. I know you do. But measurement is huge in our understanding of the world because it has information is tied to it.
Well, I think a presentation and a whole ballbusters on measurement would be, and its importance would be epic. And when it's really, really overdue. Because measurement, like why I latched onto it years ago, why Bev was so staunch on it. I don't know he has a surveying certificate, but why he was staunch on it for so long, right, I'm sure he still is, right, is because you're dealing with 3D reality. You're dealing with the reality, the world you live in. That's what you're measuring, right? So all forms of measurement are referring to this, or measurement involving the Earth are referring to the Earth. That means all forms of measurement have to have the same baseline, right? They have to adhere to the same thing. And that's why measurement is so important. So it's like driving pylons into the thing. Like, it's so rock solid, right? Pun intended. You know what I mean? It's so rock solid. It can't be defeated. Whether you're talking about surveying, navigation, we're talking about aviation, all like those three things, right, involve measurement, right? They involve measurement. They might involve obviously orientation and that for like navigation, whatever, but they involve measurement. And that means the Earth that's being measured has to be the same Earth for all three of them. And when you look at those processes, the processes only refer to one aspect, one thing. And that is, I'll say it, as I said it many times, that means if you look at those processes, it means the Earth can only be correctly described as flat. That's the only correct description you can give it. You can't give it any geometric shape, overall shape, because it doesn't have an overall geometric shape. It can only be correctly described as flat, as proven by the measurements. And that's what's so beautiful about it. But I think we really should do a presentation on it.
Yeah, Adam crushed him.
Right. But tying the conceptual unit to an aspect of reality so that it may be known is so like important that to deny it is to leave yourself in an untenable position. You know what I mean? It's madness.
Exactly.
And Adam got him to deny it. Perfect.
Ignore Neil. He's trying to. It's too late, Neil. You told us what you're trying to do. You admitted it. The thing is, right, if you're denying measurement, then you're denying the 3D reality you live in. That's it. You can't refer to that 3D reality, right, in length, breadth, right, and width. Length, breadth, and height. You can't refer to length, breadth, and height, without the measurement. So if you're denying the measurement, then you're denying length, breadth, and height.
All kidding aside, it would have been nice to find out which way Danny would have went. Let's say Adam never came in. Where were you taking him next, Refracted?
Well, the knowledge claims. I was going to walk him down knowledge claims and then bring him back to the claim that he made initially, and then show how quickly it circles the drain with him throwing it away as he did it.
Exactly, because you were going to bring him to about what knowing is and knowledge. And if you're talking about our 3D reality, the Earth we live upon, if you're talking about that, right, then how you know what that is and why it can be correctly described as flat is because you know how it's measured. You know this. The measurement gives you knowledge.
No, Brian, he knows what his tables look like.
Yeah, see, but he wants to talk about the outside edge of the table. He doesn't want to talk about the surface. Right? If he was to measure the surface, he'd have to have a horizontal baseline and verticals, for height and drops above that baseline. Sorry,
and when it got to that, and I was going to say, so after we established the knowledge claim structure and that information, I was going to say, so how do you know that your table was curving again?
Oh, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, because the only way to know whether the surface of his table has a consistent curve to it, or if it can be described as flat, is via measuring it. He can't know those things. That's the thing. I think he needed another 15, 20 minutes.
Right. Have you ever seen a spherical table?
No, you would have nailed him on that.
No, I say there's no way around it for him. He's in the hard place. You know what I mean? As Nathan says, his hard places might be better furnished, but he's still in the hard place. He has to deny the measurement.
I can't get it out of my head now. That would have been epic, man. Freaking Adam.
But the thing is, Neil, they all have to do the same thing. So if you're talking about Bucksaw Buster, right, or Danny Falkner, they both have to do the same thing. They both have to deny the measurements. It's just one of them is more talking to, the other isn't. That's the only difference between them. They both, to keep promoting the paradigm they're promoting, they must deny the measurements. That has to happen. Or at least deny the axioms, right? Because that's what they will get down to accepting the measurements like Simon Dan, but then trying to deny the axioms.
It's not only
but the
measured
measurements
flat.
mean nothing. Yes, exactly. It's not only measured flat. See, this is the thing. That's a denial of the axioms. But you can't have measurements without the axioms. The process of measurement requires axioms. Would anyone disagree with that?
Well, I will say that Simon Dan is closest to the rhetoric of anybody at the present time, that it's not only measured flat. Remember the Earth curve calculator that everybody argued about a few years back?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be measuring what?
Surface level.
It was supposed to be. Yeah.
No, that's not what they claim.
It was supposed to be measuring curvature.
Right,
It's supposed to be based off of the measurement of curvature.
It's measuring
It's supposed
a
to be based
geometric.
off the measurement.
It's measuring a geometric horizon below surface level.
No, it's not measuring that. No.
It was supposed to be measuring curvature. Curvature.
Yes.
No,
exactly.
the visible horizon was supposed to be the leading geometric edge of the sphere. That's what people have been told. When people, like, besides the word horizon having no place within that idea, the fact that that geometric edge only exists in the maps below surface level, that means that means that on 2nd of January 2020, basically, because that's when that started, basically. From the 2nd of January on, it was presented on the 1st, Black Swan. From the 2nd of January on, they had to deny all measurement from that point forward.
Yeah, that's why it's such a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what turned you, John, because you understood you can't deny measurement.
Right, but prior to that, the reason I was a Glober is I thought there was two positions that were contradictory, that we measured a planar surface and we measured the curvature of Earth. And because there was two seemingly contradictory positions, both could be true.
Yeah, you were of the opinion that you could measure the Earth locally flat, but on the bigger scale, it was measured as a globe. And you found out that there just was no globe measurements. That's basically it, isn't it? If you want to,
yeah,
as a prospect. Whereas what's happening with the likes of Simon Dan and that is they're stating this is the really contradictory position the have themselves in. He'll say, well, it's measured locally flat, right? But they account for curvature over bigger distances. But the curvature you're talking about would have to be measured for them to even account for it.
Correct.
Now, even though you can't have a measured flat position on a sphere, right? Geometrically, that doesn't work, number one. But to account for this curvature, which, right, as he's saying, over a bigger area, you would have to have it measured to begin with. And this is the problem. They're inferring a sphere constantly that has never been measured.
Exactly. There are no measurements of curvature, and that's the end of the game. But there are measurements of flat, horizontal.
Yeah, but they're denying the measurements that we can make in place. They're denying the measurements we can make and then accepting those measurements, but then inferring other measurements that nobody has ever made. You know what I mean? It's like that's the way they are. It's a bizarre situation because they have to believe that there is measurements of this sphere at greater distances. But when you go through the process of all measurement, there's no process that doesn't, if you're talking about the Earth, that's talking about distances and areas of the Earth, there is no process where parallel verticals and parallel horizontals will not be required.
Right.
No process doesn't matter.
The whole process of measurement in itself requires a flat planar reference.
Yeah, so they accept parallel verticals and parallel horizontals for their claimed locally flat measurements, whatever the size local is. But then they have to deny those things or make those orientations in their own mind. Those orientations have to diverge from each other for the measurement of the sphere that they have, that there's no processes in, like, it doesn't never happened. You know, they just can't accept that what they needed to have measured never existed. That measurement never happened. Like the Al-Biruni story, right, besides the fact that he needed the height of the mountain, which he needed trigonometry to get, so he needed a flat earth to even start invoking.
Yep.
Right, for the story, because that's a load of rubbish, right, because I think it was just a hijacking. I would say Al-Biruni was an expert surveyor, right, and they just, like with people like Newton, they just hijacked them. Because Al-Biruni can't be an expert surveyor, measure the height of a mountain, then go up to the top of it, and then start pre-assuming stuff about the horizon that he can't see the 600 miles away. It's nonsense.
What they're saying is that he knew that the Earth was a sphere, and he wanted to get the radius of it. How do we know that?
Yeah, but see, there you go. It's the same with the Eratosthenes story. That, like, when you look into both stories, they both are claimed to have presumed that the Earth was a sphere and of a particular size. Because when Al-Biruni looked out right into the distance, he couldn't know. Let's just say it wasn't. Let's just say, for example, it was a mountain he was on the top of, looking out at the sea horizon. Now, he couldn't have been within the story because he couldn't have seen the sea, because he was 600 miles away. But let's just say, hypothetically, someone was at the top of a mountain, and it was Al-Biruni, and you're looking out at the sea horizon. Not only does the word horizon straight away give the game away, but besides that, he has to infer a distance to that horizon. Like, he can't use an angle to the horizon, right, and treat it as a point of tangency, because that is not going to fit a 3959 globe. Because within their own paradigm, they have to claim that the horizon, right, is a consistently refractive position. So there's no way Al-Biruni could have ever gotten an angle to that horizon, right, that would have ever fit the geometry of a sphere, just as treating, even if we just wanted to treat it as a point of tangency. He would need to be on top of a mountain that he actually can see the sea from, right, and there needs to be a heavy fog that's stopping him seeing, right, any further than whatever small distance. And then he could infer that where that fog created an horizon, right, or a point, he could infer then that angle then would match to that point, would match a 395, like sphere, blah, 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 blah. But the whole thing has to start with a complete pre-assumption. The same with Eratosthenes, right? Even though, right, but Eratosthenes is a little bit different. It's the same but different. The point being is that Al-Biruni could never have gotten the measurement, right? Even if he ignored his original measurement, he couldn't get the second one. The fourth measurement, right, destroys him ever getting the second measurement, and the first measurement makes the second measurement impossible anyway. The point I'm making is the horizon, if you're talking about the sea horizon, it has no distance. You can't infer a distance to it unless you're inferring a sphere. And at that point, you can't call it an horizon because it's not going to be a horizontal. Right? And at that point, your elevation, your height above the point, above the surface below you, right, gives you the distance to your horizon. That isn't an horizon. Do you know what I mean? It's so convoluted geometrically. There's no way someone who they call the godfather of geodesy, there's no way this man was that stupid. Al-Biruni could not have been as smart as he was and be that stupid at the same time. Do you know what I mean? There's just no way that, you know, that could have happened. It's just no way, like, you can't do those things. You can't infer a sphere after you've measured the Earth to not be a sphere. And then like, whatever angle he takes, even if he was looking at a sea horizon that he actually couldn't see, whatever angle he takes you, it would never match a 395 globe. And the angle he takes in an hour's time will be different from that angle. Because the weather will have changed. Do you know what I mean? Because the horizon's not the geometric edge of a sphere. It's not a point of tangency. So you can't use it. You infer it there, which is why their geometric sphere edge only exists in the maths below surface level, which is two-dimensional and flat. So it is a dingleberry all the way, a mathematical dingleberry that's imposed upon the Earth.
Was there any historical evidence of this guy, Al-Biruni?
Well, supposedly there is. Supposedly the man existed. I would say it's very likely that it's more likely that he existed than Eratosthenes, because Eratosthenes didn't turn up in the late 70s and early 80s. So no one heard of him, I don't think, till then. But it doesn't matter, even if both of them existed. The point is, both of them measured the Earth to be flat. Do you know what I mean? Like, they measured it to be, like, their measurements required mean sea level to be a horizontal plane of reference. You know what I mean? That's what it required. Eratosthenes uses the red herring. The story is a measurement followed by a red herring. Right? Measurement followed by, the light from the sun. A complete red herring. You can't infer a sun that's giving you supposed parallel light rays, mathematically parallel light rays don't exist. You can't infer that after you've measured the Earth. Do you know what I mean? Using mean sea level as a horizontal plane of reference. You can't do that. You can't then infer that somehow the light from the sun behaving in a way you mathematically need it to do in a two-dimensional situation will give you a sphere. You can't do that. So it's a ruse. It's a completely utter ruse. The people who... Nathan, would you agree with me if I said the people who created those stories, they knew they were bullshitting? Would you agree with that?
You're asking me to divine men's thoughts, so I'm not going to answer that.
Well, how would you come up with the Eratosthenes story and the Al-Biruni story if you weren't fully aware of what they did? Because you're coming up with the story. If you are within your story that you're making up, right, talking about the measurement of the Earth as a flat plane over 500 miles, and then trying to infer some parallel light rays that turn it into a sphere, then you have to know. It's not about divining thoughts. At that point, it's about you can't make up that story without knowing the truth. You require the truth to make up that lie. The same with Al-Biruni. That would be my position on it.
I mean, it's reasonable to infer that in order to come up with that lie, you've got to have a certain amount of knowledge about how Earth's measured, because you're actually using the Earth measurement in your description. So you're right, because you can't come up with that story without the flat Earth measurement. So you've got to know you're using that measurement, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, you can't know that you're measuring 500 miles horizontally and you're measuring the Earth as 500 miles horizontal across the Earth. You can't know that. You need it horizontal and vertical and mean sea level to be horizontal and elevation to be vertical. You can't know that and then infer some nonsense about the sun and the globe. You can't do that without knowing that you're lying. The same with Al-Biruni. If you go through the story of Al-Biruni, you can't know, you just can't not know that you're making shit up, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you can infer that.
I don't see. Yeah, if I just can't. I can't present to you a measurement of the Earth, especially over a big distance. I can't present you a 500-mile measurement of the Earth, and then horizontally, and then say it's curved. I can't do that. No matter how crazy I am, I can't say and do that. without knowing. Without knowing that what I've just measured is, it was going to be this by the slap. I can't. There's no way around that. I don't see any way around it.
Are they putting this to him like they put gravity to Newton?
Well, that's what I think. I think that they hijacked Al-Biruni. Now, where I don't know if Eratosthenes existed. I would say it's very likely he didn't. He was just maybe made up. But it doesn't really matter, because even if he did exist, they just hijacked him as well. Just like Danny Faulkner tried to hijack Hipparchus. But when he spoke about Hipparchus, he didn't say anything about Hipparchus measuring any globe. Do you know what I mean? He just talked about Hipparchus, pointing at lights in the sky, they're angular, whatever. Do you know what I mean? So the point is that they have to hijack people. It's like having a company and you go around getting photographs with famous people, and then you're trying to, infer that they promote your company. Just because you got a photograph of Brad Pitt, that means that Brad Pitt endorses your company on your website. No, that doesn't mean that at all. You just infer that you hijacked Brad Pitt's public persona to sell your wares. Same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, because that video the other day, they were talking about how this guy was a mathematical genius.
Like Brian just
and I
hijacked
don't understand how a mathematical genius does not comprehend when he's measuring Earth flat. Something's wrong there.
Bit like Brad Pitt being a substitute for Jennifer Aniston. It's basically the same argument. Brian's just hijacked it.
And they were almost married at one time, if I remember correctly. It's funny to hear them coming up. Yeah.
But, they didn't turn up. You just make it. They didn't turn up. You're just lying.
On the mathematical genius is missing it thing, right? Everyone did. We can't act like we're better than them. Did we catch it?
No, but we were brought into this argument arguing a certain way. So what do you mean? You're going up to a mountain, you're seeing everything flat, you're taking measurements, you know how math works, and then all of a sudden, you measure the circumference of the Earth?
No,
therefore,
all of a sudden, you don't need measurements.
No, there's arguments that say it's not flat, and we can measure curvature, but we don't know how to yet. We really need somebody to measure this curvature for us. And you're really good at math. Could you do that?
Yeah, but John, to answer your question concerning, like you're saying, well, we didn't realize this or whatever, right? Yeah, you can say that, right? But the problem, and that is that Al-Biruni was claimed to be, if you even ignore the fact that he had to measure the height of the mountain vertically off of horizontal plane from whatever distance, if you even ignore that, when he went up to the top of that mountain, if you also ignore that he was 600 miles from the sea, and you place him up the top of the mountain looking at the sea, is that horizon going to be the leading geometric edge of the sphere?
You're talking about something we know now.
That's the point.
No. 1 second. Sorry, Neil, 1 second. No, the angle he would have taken to it would not match a globe of 3959. That's the point. That's why within their maths, there is always at least a standard amount of terrestrial non-refraction of 7/6R. And it's 7 and greater than 7/6R is what terrestrial non-refraction is. My point being is that at no point, even admitted so within their maths, at no point is that horizon, and your angle to it, no matter what way you try to reify it, your angle to that horizon will never match a sphere of 3959 miles. So there's no way that he would have been able to do that. That's why I brought up fog earlier. He would have had to use an horizon created by a heavy fog to even get to the point of a 3959. Because your average everyday horizon at any point will never, your sea horizon will never ever match. If you treat it as a point of tangency, it will never match a globe of 3959 miles. It'll only match a flat plane. That's all it will ever match. And different points along a flat plane, if you're measuring it from the top of an angle to a depression angle from the top of a mountain. Because in the end of the day, the distance you get, even if you try to infer that, the distance you get can only be a horizontal from the end of the mountain from the base of the mountain to the point you measure to. You still can't infer that it's leading geometric edge of a sphere, and the dip angle you get won't match a 3959 sphere, even if you try to do that. So my point is to you that there's no way around it. That there's no way he could have done it and inferred a sphere. There's no way he couldn't. Like my point is that there's no way he couldn't have known.
Oh no, he didn't know. He had taken. That's why it's so important to them. And that argument about the height of stars to deny the plane that they use to get the angle to ascribe an elevation to them. That's why that's so important to them, so that they can think in their minds they don't know what they're measuring. It's stupid. I know it's
I might have something for it. Go ahead. I want to tell you something after you're done. Go ahead.
Yeah, John, you're right. Go on, sorry.
I was just saying that's a priori information that we have now, but I don't think they understood it back then.
Well, no, but Al-Biruni was claimed to be a mathematical genius, and he's claimed to be the godfather of geodesy. So there's no way even if he ignored all other factors, there's no way he would go up the top of that mountain and getting a dip angle to that horizon, even if he was trying to treat it as a point of tangency. There's no way that he was going to come up with a globe of 3959 miles, because that, no matter what way he twists or turns it, that dip angle will never match a globe of 3959 miles. The dip angle will always be too great, right? Even if he tries to infer, somehow make himself believe the sea is curved, he wouldn't have come up with a globe of 3959 miles. He would have come up with a globe of the greater size than that if he was going to do anything. Do you know what I mean? That point is never, that angle is never mathematical. That's why they always have this consistent, that's why their geometric globe edge exists below surface level.
Maybe this will help. Certainly by the age of 17, Al-Biruni was engaged in serious scientific work, for it was in 990 that he computed the latitude of Kath by observing the maximum altitude of the sun. Other work which Al-Biruni undertook as a young man was theoretical. Before 995, when he was 22 years old, he had written a number of short works. One which has survived is his cartography, which is a work on map projections, as well as describing his own projection of a hemisphere onto a plane. So it's saying that only one of his works survived. Al-Biruni showed that by age of 22, he was already extremely well-read, for he had studied a wide selection of map projections invented by others, and he discusses them in the treatise. The comparatively quiet life that Al-Biruni led up to this point was to come to a sudden end. It is interesting to speculate on how different his life and contributions to scholarship might have been, but for the change in his life forced by the political events of 1995. Okay.
You know, I mean, he did measure an angle. He did do mathematics, and his calculation, right, wasn't really about the horizon as much as a differential between two angles. I don't know. The argument about is it a geometric sphere edge is relevant, and it's important in the understanding of what you're measuring, but did he know that?
This one gets me, as well as describing his own projection of a hemisphere onto a plane.
Yeah, that's all convoluted, Neil. To answer John's question, he had to have known it. And I'll show you why. If you just stay on for a moment, right? I'll prove it to you. Because, number one, if you look for Al-Biruni online and you see some of the diagrams depicting what he did, one of the things you're going to find is the diagram where he's referring to, right? He's referring to an angle to a geometric sphere edge, right? So let's just say the mountain was 6,000 feet high, right? That means, right, that his geometric, right, sphere edge, right, is 94.86 miles away, right? And his geometric and his dip to it is 1.373 degrees, right? But due to standard refraction, standard non-refraction, which is an element of terrestrial non-refraction, there's no way for him to have ever gotten an angle of 1.373 degrees. His angle had to be, the least angle he could have got is a 1.271 degree angle, right, according to their own maths, right? And that is to a refracted non-horizon. My point being is that is a 7/6R non-refracted non-horizon that they're referring to there. Right? And my point is that you can't see this geometric edge that he's claimed to have used as a point of tangency. It only exists in the math below surface level. So that's what I'm saying. There's no way he could have ever inferred a globe of 3,959 miles using the horizon.
No, he presupposed it, but the whole thing is he didn't have the black swan as a point to not assume that presupposition was valid.
No, because why I disagree with that is that he didn't have a geometric edge to use. So whatever horizon he had, his dip angle, right, could never have been 1.373 degrees from let's say a 6,000 foot high mountain. So if he's 6,000 foot up above the sea, and he's looking out at what he thinks is a geometric globe edge, there's no way he would have come up with a 3,959 globe, because that edge only exists below surface level. So my point being is that whatever angle he would have gotten to the horizon, regardless of what he pre-assumed, he would have ended up with a bigger sphere.
Yeah, but
they try to say that he ended up with a slightly smaller sphere, that the actual correct one was slightly bigger, right? Is rubbish. Point being is that he didn't have the horizon's not geometric, so his angle to it would never have matched what they needed to match. You understand what I mean?
The thing is, the assumption of refraction, which is not the terrestrial refraction, it's the deformation, right? That he wouldn't have been applying that. That argument.
That's the point. That's the point. So whatever. Go on.
I was going to say, if he wasn't applying that information to what was in front of him, why would he not assume that what everybody had taught him his whole life was true?
Well, we don't know what people taught him his whole life, so I'm not going to take that on board.
That's what I'm saying. We were taught that, but we don't know if he was taught that.
Yeah, he can't, John, because, and the reason he can't is because in the Black Swan, the horizon is way further than it could be on a geometric globe edge for someone with a 1 foot elevation above sea level. I know that's contradictory with sea level, but the point I'm making is the point is that the horizon is never close enough to the observer to match a 3959 globe. Even if you wanted to infer one magically in your mind, your measurement to the horizon will never match that. So he couldn't have measured a 3959 globe based off of an angle to the horizon from a high elevation, simply because that angle will never match. It will always be greater than what he would need it to be for a 3959 globe, which is why they have to claim that the geometric globe edge is below surface level. It's not just below surface level, it's also a lot closer to you than what the horizon appears to be.
Right, but the thing is, he's not measuring the distance to the horizon. He is only ever measuring an angle.
Exactly. And that angle will not match what he needs it to match for to come up with a 395. That's my point. Right? He's measuring the angle based off of, he has a height and he's measuring the angle. So he'll never get the angle that will match a 3959 globe, which is why they know this, which is why there is a claim of a consistently refracted horizon. Because the horizon angles.
The consistently refracted horizon is something I had never heard as a foundational position of heliocentrism until after the Black Swan. Before that, it was a geometric location that you can measure.
But that's what they've claimed. But in reality, they've been adding in this 7 over this terrestrial non-refraction rubbish forever, because the horizon the angle to the horizon does not match their globe. It'll never match it, even when during bad weather. You have to have a heavy, this is why I brought up fog earlier. You must have a heavy fog for that horizon. What he has to have is a mountain that's close, that he can see the sea, right? And there has to be a heavy fog that gives him an apparent horizon, right, close enough so that his angle to it matches a globe of 3959 miles. Under any normal conditions, his angle will never give him that. Even if he wants to infer a sphere, it would have to be a sphere of greater size than 3959 miles radius.
Like, can you show in his mathematics where he presupposed refraction?
Well, it's not about whether he presupposed it or not. He didn't. It's inferred that he measured a 3959 globe, but he couldn't have measured that simply because they need to claim that there was a constant, right, terrestrial non-refraction taking place, because the horizon is never going to be close enough to you, right? Appears if it's close enough to you, regardless of your elevation, for your dip angle to match a sphere of 3959 miles. It will never match it. That's the point. That's why they must state that their geometric globe edge is underneath surface level. But
See, I don't know if you're using a priori information to apply it to what was known then or believed at that time. I don't think they had the information that we do now.
But it's not about. But there was. But I think you're missing one power. Now I could be wrong, but I think I'm missing something. I'm pointing out. Right. If you go right with an astrolabe up to a mountain close to any mountain where you can see the sea, you get the height of the mountain. You go up there. You take an angle to the horizon. Take 10 angles, right, to the horizon over the course of a week, right, from this elevation. At no point will any of those angles, if you even want to infer a globe or a sphere out, and you want to believe that your angle is going to be tangent, right, to a sphere edge, right, at no point will those angles allow you to calculate for a globe of size of radius 3959 miles. It will always be greater than 3959 miles, which is why a 7 over 6R globe has a radius of 4618 miles. Why does it have a 4618 mile radius? Why does an 8 over 6R globe have a greater radius again? Because the angle to the horizon will never match a globe of 3959 miles, and which is why their geometric globe edge only exists below surface level. But not only is it below surface level, it also would have to be way closer to you than what your apparent horizon is showing you. Do you understand what I mean? So you can take Al-Biruni out of the equation and just do exactly what he did, and you will never be able to measure. And pre-assume all the globe stuff you want, you'll never get a 3959 radius based off of your belief and that measurement. It'll never happen.
Right. If we grant them all the oxymoronic contradictory positions and say that surface level can be below surface level to appear to meet the sky, like we grant all that crazy stuff, I think maybe the absurdity of it now, looking back, is more. It's a lot easier to see than it was.
Well, yeah, but you have to understand, it's not about what he saw, what information was given to him. It's the information he claimed to have gotten when he went up to the top of that mountain. When he went up to the top of that mountain and took the angle to the horizon, that was the information he had, if you go by the story, right? Now, that angle to that horizon will never be the angle he needs it to be for to create a 3959 globe. Because the horizon is never close enough to you for you to start reifying it into some globe that's going to have a radius of 3959 miles. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's my point to you. You can give him absolutely everything, but when he takes the angle to the horizon, it'll be too great for a globe of 3959 miles. You can give him all of it. But when he gets up there to measure the angle, he won't be able to come up with a 3959 globe because the angle will not match it, which is why they have to infer terrestrial non-refraction on a regular, as a constant, 24-hour, 365-day a year constant.
Well, now, as I understood terrestrial refraction, that was to apply to objects with respect to the horizon, and that's the only way I ever heard it referred to prior to the black swan. The distance to the horizon, I don't even think it was like nobody had ever brought it up, really, I don't think.
Well, see, there you go. Because people were of the opinion that the horizon was the geometric edge of the sphere. So its distance is always given under that assumption, you gain its distance via your height above sea level, right? I know, right? It's a joke, but that's the point. So you went up to the top of the mountain or up at the top of a ship, and you decided how far away that horizon was based off of the mathematics that come from an Al-Biruni measurement that never happened, a measurement he could never have made, right? Which is why they have to infer terrestrial non-refraction. Because when Al-Biruni goes up to the top of that mountain, if he was on a mountain that he could see the sea horizon, he couldn't make the measurement to give him a 3959 globe for him to give it to you. Because the horizon would never be close enough for his angle. His dip angle will never be what he needs it to be. It will always be greater or more shallow. It'll be always more shallow than he needs it to be. He needs it to be a wider angle to infer a 3959 globe. But
how much of an angle must it be for him to assume a 3959 globe?
Yeah, 1 second. I'll say it again. Or I'll go through this again because I just pulled it up on. Just give me a second. Oh, it's after crazy.
Let me clarify my question. At the top of the mountain, what angle must he measure to get a globe of 3959?
Yeah.
Let's just say, would even ask it. You know, you're so far in the
I know, absolutely. But let's just say, we'll hypothetically say the mountain is 6,000 feet high. Then at that point, his dip angle must be treating the horizon as a geometric sphere edge. The dip angle must be 1.373 degrees. But within their own maths, when they start adding in terrestrial non-refraction as a standard of 7/6R, then the dip angle to the claimed non-refracted non-horizon, or right, is 1.271 degrees. The point is that the 1.373 degrees that he requires, right, they're stating could never have been measured because it's constantly refracted. So there's no way for him to have ever measured an angle that would have given him a 3959 globe. There's no way. The best they would have come up with is a globe with radius of 4618 miles, according to their maths. That's why they have standard refraction. 7/6R gives them a radius of 4618 miles. Like a non-geometric radius to a nothing that doesn't exist. Right, fair enough. But that's the point. The point is that the globe that was presented to us could never have been measured, even by accident. If you understand what I mean. He couldn't have even measured it by accident and got it just wrong. It's not possible for him to have done it, because the horizon is never, ever, ever, even admitted by them, going to match what they needed to match. The dip angle from any elevation would never match it, which is why you have infinite over 6R, because they need to be able to infer an horizon from a 1 foot elevation that can be 10 miles away behind oil rigs. You understand what I mean? Like, under Bruni circumstances, at that point, why did he even need to go up the mountain? He could have just measured it from 1 foot above sea level. Do you understand what I mean? He should have got 1.225 mile distance to the horizon with his dip angle. You know, if I go to, let's say, 1 foot, right, his dip angle should have been, right, if he's 1 foot above the ocean surface, then his dip angle should be 0.018 degrees. You know, for him to have a 1.22 mile away horizon, geometric edge, sorry. But that's not the case. You'll never have that. And no matter how high you go, the horizon will never, ever match. The dip to the horizon will never match at any point. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, never match what you would need it to be for the infrared globe of 3959 miles, which is why I'm saying he couldn't have not known, or he couldn't have got it wrong. It can't be ignorance, if you understand what I mean. It can't be an ignorance situation or a lack of knowledge, because his knowledge would have been the measurement that he would have made.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
Do you understand can you take on board what I'm saying, Nathan?
I can, but I refuse to accept it, because the moment you start talking about it being refracted, the fact that it's not an angle at all is the bit I'd focus on, as opposed to how the maths fails with the angle being too big or too small, because the fact that you've got the claim refraction means that it isn't an angle anyway, if you know what I mean.
I know, but you're focusing on the wrong thing. I'm only pointing that out because that's what they must claim, right? The angle, right, to the horizon is never going to be a point, and it's never going. You can't ever treat it. It's never going to be a tangent. Like you're never going to be able to make the horizon into a point of tangency. Its name alone does that. The point I'm making is that Al Bruni could never have gotten an angle to any claim, any horizon. If he wants to treat the horizon as a geometric globe edge, he'll never have gotten an angle to it that will give him a calculation of a 3959 sphere. That can't happen because the horizon will always be too far away, or appear to be too far away, right? So I should say more correctly, from the observer, which is why they must add in a constant terrestrial non-refraction. They have to add that in at all times, because the horizon does not match a sphere. Like the angle to the horizon does not match what it would have to be to infer a measurement of a 3959 sphere, which is why the black swan completely annihilates them, which is why they have to claim it's refracted, so not geometric then. The geometric measurement, the reason that geometric measurement turned into just a calculation that exists below surface level is because that measurement can't be made. They can say it's because of terrestrial non-refraction or whatever nonsense they want to come up with, right? To red herring away from the fact that the measurement can't be made. It's impossible to make it. Besides the fact that you need a flat earth and start making the thing, but throw all that out the window, it doesn't matter. That dip angle will never match a 3959 sphere. No matter what way you try and reify the earth into anything you want, you'll never end up with a 3959 sphere because the dip angle will never, ever match it. When you understand their geometry, you understand what they're doing, and you understand that the horizon is just an optical phenomenon. It changes with your elevation. It can change its apparent position, right? Apparent position with your elevation. It can change its apparent position with optics, and it can change its apparent position with just the weather. You have to stand there, and it can change its apparent position. As I said, I saw it. It was in front of rocks. An hour later, it was behind them. Right? The point being is the dip angle to that, any dip angle you make to that point means nothing, number one. And number two, the angle will still never be deep enough for it to match a 3959 globe. This is why I'm saying that there's no way Al-Biruni couldn't have by accident measured it, because it can't be measured. It's not just because they claim it's refracted, it's because it does not match what they need it to match. So it could never be measured. So the whole thing, so the try for John, really just John saying that, kind of bringing the case that maybe it was ignorance. It can't be ignorance. He made the measurement. He was a mathematical genius. He couldn't have gotten that wrong. That would be simple maths for him.
Exactly,
Right.
Brian.
It's simple maths, and an angle measure of 1.37 is required to be measured. How do we know it wasn't that when he measured?
Well, it can't have been. It can't have been, which is why they have to say there's a constant terrestrial non-refraction, because the horizon will never match that. Like,
you're saying,
the point I'm making is
an angular measure from the mountain at that height, at that degree. I don't know. That's a hard position to take.
Well, this is why they have to add in a consistent 7/6 off, because the horizon will never appear to be close enough to you for your dip angle to it to match a 3959 globe. That's the thing. The horizon. This is the thing. Let's just say, right? That's why I brought up fog earlier. What Al-Biruni would have required would have been a mountain that he was able to see the sea horizon from. He would have to not treat the horizon as a horizontal line. He'd have to treat it as a geometric globe edge, and he would have to have a day where it's covered in fog for him to infer a dip angle to match a 3959 globe, because the fog would make the horizon, what appears to be an edge, would make it appear way closer to him than it would be without the fog. So if there was a load of fog, he may have been able to get that angle. Now, do you think that someone who's known as the godfather of geodesy and who's a mathematical genius, he's going to just take a dip to a fog horizon and go, it's a globe 3959 miles? No. He's not going to do that. He's not going to take one angle. That's the point. He could take 40 angles, and none of them will be congruent with each other. And they might be 40 different angles, but none of those angles will match a globe of 3959 miles. Ever. It doesn't work. It doesn't happen. That's why your elevation will not give you a distance to the horizon. But people will claim it does. Because when you're out to sea, you don't know how far, let's just say if you're out to sea, you don't know how far away you are from the horizon. So when you measure your vertical eye height from the water at port and you go out, right, they then mathematically in celestial navigation fraudulently give a distance to the horizon that you can't know. Like the dip angle is fraudulent. I use the dip against the ballers a lot, but I have to admit, and I've had to admit myself over the past year and a half, maybe more, that the dip angle is completely fraudulent. Because you can't know the distance to the horizon. The dip angle assumes a distance. You can't know that. And any angle you get to the horizon, if you want to make a dip angle to it, any angle you do measure, because you remember, they're not measuring a dip angle. They're measuring an angle from the horizon to a celestial body, and then they're inferring the amount of correction they need to make based off of their eye height. But their eye height is giving them a calculatory distance to the horizon. But that also infers, remember, that is an horizon distance, an apparent horizon distance that's close to 7/6R. So even within that heap of rubbish, even within all the rubbish with the dip correction, even within all that, they still have to infer, right, an horizon dip angle that will not match a 3959 globe. They still have to infer something that's close to a 4618 sphere. Do you understand? Right. I really went up to the top of the mountain, measured a dip angle. In no way, in any way, if he measures 40 of them, is it ever going to match what he needed it to match? To infer
that. That's where you can. It's if he measured an angle of 1.47, I think was the number you gave, right? To the horizon.
I think it's 1.37 or something. I got you there.
1.37, right? If he measured an angle of 1.37 to the horizon from that mountain, then he's in the clear.
Yeah, but he couldn't have. It would have to be for him to get that dip angle from a 6,000 foot high mountain to a sea horizon, right? He would have to have a heavy fog. There'd have to be a heavy fog for him to get that. Because the horizon, the dip to the horizon, this is my point concerning standard and terrestrial non-refraction, why they must claim this, why they must claim those geometric edges beneath surface level, is because your real world dip to the horizon will never, ever match a globe unless there was a heavy fog. Because then the horizon, if you're on a boat and there's a heavy fog, the horizon will appear super close to you, right? Take all that fog away and make it a clear day, and the horizon appears like it's ridiculously far. I know because I've been on a boat. I'm just using that analogy.
Right, I'm not even taking away, but how do we know it wasn't a day with an extremely high humidity in situations where there could have been a distortion enough to bring the angle to the horizon to 1.37? I mean,
this is the problem, you see. He would have required a heavy fog to even infer that. And you remember, he is known as the godfather of geodesy. He's not going out there and making one angle and just going, lucky break, and running off down the mountain. That's not what he's doing. He would have had to make, and he would have made more than one. He would have made more than one measurement, and he's not going to use. If he can see there's a fog, he's not going to measure. No surveyor is going to measure an angle if there's a fog, because you can't see. So if he's going to infer anything about the horizon, he's going to do it when there isn't a fog there. My point is, the only way he would have gotten an angle that would have dip angle to the horizon, and what I'm saying, I don't even know if it's even possible, to be honest with you, because I don't know how close the horizon would have to be to you to get that angle, because you're talking about, because you have to remember, we're talking about he's measuring a dip to a flat plane. So how close to that horizon does that horizon need to be to him on a 6,000 foot high mountain for him to get that dip angle? To infer a sphere, you know what I mean?
It's not about the distance to the horizon. You're just talking about the angle to it. You know.
But the angle will give you a mathematical distance within the globe.
Right, the angle is what you use to calculate, not the distance. My
point is, I'm not trying to infer a distance. What I'm saying is that the horizon, for him to get that angle off of a 6,000 foot high mountain, right, to get 1.373 degrees, right, it would mean that the horizon would have to be, like the sea would have to be covered in fog, and that apparent position that we call the horizon would have to be super close to him to get that angle.
Well, see,
When they do it.
the thing is,
There was he as a well,
I was going to say, even if you did measure an angle to the horizon at 1.37 degrees at that elevation, it feels like it's giving them something to hope for. Are you setting them up just to cripple them or what?
no, their own mathematics point out that could never have happened, which is why Wumpus have to say the geometric horizon of the globe only exists below surface level. This is why in Metabunk it exists below surface level, because the dip angle they need can't be measured, because the horizon, like as I said, unless you want to infer that there's loads of fog and he tried to cheat, but that means nothing. Do you know what I mean? This is someone who's claimed to be the godfather of geodesy. He's not going to take an angle to an horizon when the sea is full of fog. He's not going to do that. No more than he'll take an angle to something else on land when there's a heavy fog. He's not going to do it. He's going to wait till the fog clears. He's going to use it. For him to do what he said what he's supposed to have done, he would have had to use, and he would have used, right, if he tried to do it, a clear day. Because that's the only time he's going to get. It's no good for him trying to get an angle to an horizon when the sea is full of fog, because he knows he can't trust that. If he's going to make an actual measurement.
Hey, I gotta go, man. I won't talk to you more about this later, though.
Yeah, we can talk another day about it. Yeah, no worries. See you later. I suppose there's not more people in. I suppose Adam and QE know that aren't here. Eli's here. I didn't even know Eli was here. Are we still on the show, Nathan?
Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't get Adam out. I tried to bait him in when you and Refractive going at it. He wouldn't come.
Yeah, well, Adam would have been good to just have in there mixing in a month, because he would have probably. See, sometimes if you're trying to explain your position to someone, sometimes you need someone else to do it. You know what I mean? Sometimes, because the words you choose aren't doing it, that kind of way.
Yeah. So I said, now all of a sudden you coming in to destroy Danny actually derailed it and opened the back door for him to escape. I don't know, Adam. This is something I'd want to know about. He wasn't biting. I did see him in the chat earlier, though, Brian.
Who, Adam?
Yes, the Adam Minka was in chat earlier.
Sorry, Neil. I was speaking to my mother's friend. You're trying to annoy Adam to get him to come.
You didn't say that.
Yeah, this was a while ago. I was trying to get under Adam's skin, see if he'd pop in, and then it'd be what?
That doesn't make it right, though. What's I'm doing?
Who cares
Still
about
makes it
right or
wrong.
wrong these days? Right? Just do whatever you want and claim whatever you want. That's what's happening now.
I have to laugh at you the other day. You're talking about how these days in your life you try to be honest with people and you go around, you tell the truth, not like in the past. And then you went on 2 minutes there to tell a story about how you swindled some guy.
Yeah. Those are all, I call that BC. That's all before Christ. But after Christ, I'm honest.
Yeah, but this was an after Christ situation.
I never claimed to be perfect. Yeah, so now Danny Falkner has no excuse. So I guess his Patreon, they're gonna. If I was them,
And it's obvious that this person that offered to pay Danny that amount of money listens to our show because he knows who Nathan Oakley is. I'd be putting pressure on Danny Falkner if I was that guy.
Well, maybe Nathan needs to put a little bit of pressure on that guy.
No, I'm good.
Say, look. No. I thought, as I was saying it, was kind of going, will I get this past it? No, it's not going to work. No sign of QE. He's normally thumbs up. He must be still asleep. How are you, Eli? Have you any news for us?
I couldn't get anything out of QE. Even yesterday, like I know a few of his guys that he picked in football. A couple of them made a few good plays. Send him a message, nothing.
Yeah, sometimes you can't get through to him. That's it.
So Eli, how's it going over there in how'd you call that? 24/7. What'd you call the channel name? Brian?
Land of Misfit Toys 2.0?
No, Brian gave it another name. Something.
Politics.
Politics. How's things over there? 24/7 politics. That's a good one. Now he usually come back with, well, which one? The English one or the UK one?
Well, no. There's a politics over, and there's another one called the Something Hub. So they're not. I don't think they're the same. Or maybe they are. No, I don't know. I think Discord. I don't know what's going on. But QE is going to take the credit for the politics. But what actually happened is that he said politics server, and I said, "Did you say politics server?" Right? And he started laughing. But he's going to take the credit for it. But I actually think he didn't say it. I actually think that I said it first. But I said it to him in such a way where he could kind of take the credit for it. Which he will do anyway, for chance. He's going to try and hijack the credit.
Yeah, he's going to say, you heard me say that, Brian.
So you keep crediting it to me and say that it's mine, and say that I say it's mine, and you're going to get a reaction.
Do you know who what's his name? Joe Rogan was having an interview with, a live interview, when that Charlie Kirk thing happened.
Mic check.
I got you.
Who was it, me?
Charlie, when he was Charlie Sheen.
Right.
So, like, he's interviewing Charlie Sheen and doing his podcast, whatever he does, and the news comes in. And Charlie Sheen was like, wow. He's like, damn, that's going to make a lot of people not want to say how they really feel.
Yeah, so 24/7 has been cool.
You mean 24/7 politics? Oh.
No, because 24/7 politics is just like a room. And 24/7 is 24/7.
So what do you mean by the English, right? You mean when the English guys are there, they run it different than if you were there?
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't even run English, so. But like, yeah, I was talking to a few of the guys. Another thing DJ had said was that talking about elevation profiles are dumb. You're strawmanning them with the level, blah 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 blah. And I brought it to a few of the people, like I took like the ones that I always mention. One of them was like, yeah, I don't know why he's saying that. I'm going to bring it up later and see what he says. And that's what happens. Like, usually, like, the parts y'all don't see are the people that do argue the same way that we do. Because it's just an honesty to it. It's not like a tactic thing. It's more so.
I can hardly hear what you're saying, Eli.
You're fading in and out, Eli.
Well, let me get my other headphones.
It's fine when you're talking to the microphone.
Where's the hole? Hold up. I don't know exactly where the hole is, but I'm gonna assume it's
there.
Yeah.
That's where you came in clearest, so it's right there.
Yeah. So, you know, like a couple of key guys, like number one, yeah, arguing about the whole vax thing, because vax is, again, a problem in of itself. And so, of course, the things that I told you, people aren't saying, certain people anyway, like they're not. Like, so what I will say is they have agreed more or less with us that there is a shift. There are people that are weird, questionable, because things are just run differently. And for some of us old timers, we're not really keeping up with the politics, so to speak, of 24/7. So when we're in and out and we come back and this person is a mod, it's like, who's that? We don't know, but it is what it is. Like, that's our experience as 24/7 old timers. Like, yeah, there are changes that are happening. We don't know often who's in charge or why. We're just, you know, there because of our merit in the first place.
See, at least we got that. We know who's in charge here, and it's QE, so. Oh. That was a little jab at Nathan.
Oh, it don't work on me.
We know who's in charge of FED. Of course, the guy hosts the show.
Nathan is in no doubt about who is the boss of his show.
Step off, Brian. Yeah, that was funny though. I'm trying to picture what your face was at that time. Like, I'm gonna kill him.
No, because I just no. Actually, Nathan saying that to me. See, in America, if you said that to Eli or Eli said that to you, that would be nearly a disrespect, wouldn't it? It'd be like a bit of a dismissal.
Hell yeah.
Whereas, yeah. Well, we don't really use that term, but Nathan used that term to me instead of saying it a different way. That would be more of a dismissal. So when he said that to me, I just accepted it. But I knew that it would be funny for you, right? And that's why it's funny. Do you know what I mean?
So wait, what would the term he would have to use where you would be like, you son of a gun?
Butt out.
You might, yeah, but it might probably more like, and shut the F up, right?
Yes, that's true.
Something like that, more likely. Right?
To be as well, that would be to be as rude as it would be perceived in American English. Yes, it'd be shut the F up. I'm going to round out. With that, another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hit me up on Patreon and PayPal and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.